Dear Presidents, delegates of our national member bodies, honorary guests, colleagues, and friends, it is my pleasure to welcome you to this year's WDSF Annual General Meeting here in the historic city of Rome. We are delighted to see such strong participation with delegates from 55 member countries present despite the practical challenges and costs of international travel. This strong turnout reflects the commitment of our global dance sport community. For those joining us online, thank you for being with us today. Building on the strong progress I reported last year, WDSF has continued to make significant strides across all areas of our sport. We have seen growth across our disciplines, including hip-hop, freestyle, Caribbean dances, and stage dance, while the visibility of our athletes and events continues to expand across our digital platforms. Between June 2025 and March 2026, WDSF main social media platforms generated more than 337 million views, while the wider WDSF social media ecosystem generated approximately 464 million impressions and views. More importantly, this growth has helped bring greater visibility to our athletes, events, and disciplines, and I would like to acknowledge our digital and communication teams for their important work in sharing dance sport with a wider global audience. This past year also saw dance sport strongly represented at the World Games 2025 in Chengdu, China, where our standard Latin and breaking athletes competed at the highest level. Earlier this year, we delivered the second edition of the WDSF Dance Sport Festival for Standard and Latin in Blackpool, featuring 36 events across 4 days, including 22 new events added to the program. Looking ahead, our breaking athletes will once again take center stage on the international multi-sport platform with the Youth Olympic Games in Dakar, Senegal on 12 and 13 November and the Asian Games in Nagoya, Japan on 2nd and 3rd October 2026. Following the success of the WDSF World Breaking Dance Sport Festival in Brisbane, we continue to build momentum for breaking's long-term development and its pathway towards Brisbane 2032. Our athletes have also received outstanding recognition from the International World Games Association. Marius Balland and Kristina Moschenska from Germany placed second in the IWGA Athletes of the Year Awards, while Bigger Royer and from People's Republic of China was named IWGA Athletes of the Month for February 2026. We have also continued to strengthen the foundation of WDSF from athletes' representation and safeguarding to medical support, integrity, and the technical system that support fair and professional competition. As our responsibility expands, we are also strengthening the WDSF office step by step so that we can better serve our members, athletes, and the continued development of our sport. As we begin today's meeting, I would like to thank the organizing team, the WDSF staff, the Italian Dance Sport and Musical Sport Federation, and the president and its president, Laura Lunita, for your dedication and warm hospitality. Let us have a fruitful and constructive meeting. With that, I now call the 2026 WDSF Annual General Meeting to order. Before we begin, I invite everyone to rise if you can and if you are able for the WDSF anthem. Thank you, everyone. I would like to refer to the general meeting proceeding, which are provided for in the WDSF statutes. In accordance with Article 11.1 of the WDSF statutes, as WDSF President, this meeting shall be chaired by myself, WDSF First Vice President and Vice President for Sports, Mr. Nedayevstik, WDSF Vice President for Finance, Mr. Tony Tilani, WDSF Vice President for Legal Affairs, Mr. Maris Wojnowski, and WDSF General Secretary, WDSF, Mr. Sergey Nifontov, and with the assistance of the WDSF Presidium members, as approved by the WDSF Presidium. I would also like to extend my sincere appreciation to Dr. Laura Lunita, President of the Italian Dance Sport Federation, and WDSF Vice President for Communications, for her support of WDSF by hosting the AGM here in the beautiful city of Rome. I would like to warmly welcome Dr. Laura Lunita to give her speech.
Thank you very much. Good morning, everyone. President Shawn Tay, WDSF First Vice President Nena Jeftic, member of the WDSF Presidium, delegates of the National Federations, distinguished guests. It's a great pleasure for me as President of the Italian Dance Sport and Musical Sports Federation to welcome you to Rome on the occasion of the 2026 WDSF Annual General Meeting. Hosting Rome, a city that has always brought together history and future, tradition and innovation, the most important annual governance event of the WDSF, it's a great honor for us. Thank you for this opportunity. Our capital once again becomes the home of the global dance sport community, a place where talent, culture, passion, and vision come together to shape the future of our beloved sport. First and foremost, I would like to thank President Shawn Tay and the WDSF for the great opportunity and the trust placed in our federation and our country as the host of the AGM. My sincere thanks also go to the President of the Italian Committee Olympic, Luciano Bonfiglio, for his video message, which once again demonstrates how dance sport has become an integral part of the great Italian and international Olympic family. We are proud to support WDSF in this journey of growth and cooperation, confirmed by a 3-year agreement for the WDSF Grand Slam in Italy. After the success of the first edition, we look forward to hosting the second edition of this prestigious event in October. At the host federation, we hope that this important gathering will not only be a moment of governance and discussion making, but also an opportunity for genuine exchange, the sharing of best practices and dialogue among different cultures, an experience that we had led us toward the Olympic stage and the future establish our city as a world capital of sport, dance, and global sporting culture. Allow me also to thank the WDSF General Secretary, Sergei Nifontov, the organizational teams of WDSF and FIDESM for the work you put into this event, and of course, in all of you delegates who have taken the time to be here with us today. Dear friends, dear colleagues, I sincerely wish you a productive assembly, rich in ideas, constructive discussion, and decision that will help dance sport continue to grow around the world. On behalf of the Italian Dance Sport and the Musical Sport Federation, thank you for being here and welcome to Italy, welcome to Rome, you home away from home. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Laura, and the Italian Dance Sport and Musical Sport Federation for your service to WDSF. And now I would like to congratulate the newly elected presidents of WDSF national member bodies. Robin Watts, Australia, Dance Sport Australia. If you are here, please stand. Violeta Vaniva, Bulgarian Dance Sport Federation. Noel O'Donnell Hayo, Dance Sport Federation of Ireland. She's not present with us today. Alexander Anishchenko, Latvian Dance Sport Federation. Guy Rosson, Dance Sport Federation, Luxembourg. Leah Geises, Dance Sport, Namibia. Innocent Amota Here, Uganda Dance Sport Federation. Marina Escolin, World Rock and Roll Confederation. Taurai Fidelis Chodo Kofa, Zimbabwe Amateur Dance Sport Association. We wish you every success in your new roles and look forward to the positive impact your leadership will have on our dance sport community. As we welcome new leaders into our federation, we are also reminded of those whose service and dedication help build the dance sport community we share today. At this point in the meeting, we pause to remember friends and colleagues from the dance sport community who have passed away since our last annual general meeting. The WDSF was deeply saddened to learn of the passing. Each of them devoted their time, service, and passion to dance sport, and we remember them today with gratitude and respect. And they are Ivan Despotov from Bulgaria, Marat Yarulin from Spain, Czeslovas Novaista from Lithuania, Kecho Gosin from Trinidad and Tobago, Dimitro Bazila from Ukraine. Our sincere condolences go to their families and friends. I now ask everyone to observe a moment of silence in remembrance of these esteemed members of our dance sport community. It is now my honor to present a special video message from the President of the Italian National Olympic Committee, Mr. Luciano Mofilio.
Dear President Shawn Tay, distinguished representative of a national federation and international sport organization, dear friend, dear Paul, it is a great pleasure to bring you the greetings of the Italian National Olympic Committee and to thank the World Dance Sport Federation its kind invitation and for the opportunity to be part of this important occasion. I would like to extend my warmest greetings to President Shawn Tay, to the World Dance Sport Federation leadership, and to all representatives of the global sport community gathered here today. Your commitment and dedication continue to drive the growth and evolution of dance sport across the world. Dear President Lunetta, the impressive development of dance sport over recent years is the result of a strategic vision, sound governance, and an increasingly strong global presence through a wide range of initiatives and a remarkable ability to connect with the younger generation. Your organization has expanded its reach and inspired new participants in every part of the world. Through the universal language of rhythm and movement, dance sport has the power to bring people together, inspire participation, and promote the educational and social values that are at the heart of the sport. In this context, the inclusion of breaking in the program of the Olympic Games, Paris 2024, represented an historical milestone. For this, on behalf of the Italian National Olympic Committee and on my own behalf, I wish you a productive annual general meeting. Finally, I wish thanks the President Laura Lunetta for the effort, vision, and her contribute that guarantee the success of this important event. The challenge we all share is to ensure that the sport becomes an ever more powerful force for social cohesion, capable of building stronger community, fostering mutual understanding and helping create a better future for generations to come. Thank you all. Viva lo sport, viva the World Dance Sport Federation, and finally, viva l'Italia. Bye bye, ciao.
We thank Mr. Bonfiglio for his message and for his support. We look forward to continued cooperation with CONI and the wider Italian sporting community. The voice of our athletes remains at the heart of the Olympic movement and of the WDSF. To present this message and reflect on its significance from the athlete's perspective, I'm pleased to invite Anastasia Glazunova, Chair of the WDSF Athletes Commission. Anastasia, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. President. Dear members of the WDSF Presidium, dear delegates and colleagues, if we strip away the agendas, regulations, and procedures, we find something remarkably simple at the heart of our movement. Every person in this room is here because at some point in life, we believed in a dream. We believed that dance sport could inspire people, bring nations together, and create opportunities for future generations. That shared belief remains the strongest foundation of our federation. Today, we meet in a world that often feels divided. Yet sport has always represented something greater than division. Throughout history, sport has brought people together when politics, borders, and differences threatened to separate them. Dance sport is no exception. On the dance floor, athletes communicate through a universal language that requires no translation. Respect, excellence, dedication, and passion are understood everywhere. As an athlete, the principle is deeply personal to me. Athletes dedicate years of their lives, in my case is 32 years, to training, sacrifice, and preparation. Our responsibility is clear: to work hard, to improve, and to perform to the very best of our abilities when the opportunities arise. The responsibility of the Federation is equally important. It is to create an environment where every athlete is treated fairly, where opportunities are accessible, and where the path to participation is transparent and equal. Athletes should never have to wonder where they will be given the chance to compete. They should be able to focus on what they do the best: training, performing, and inspiring others through sport. This brings us directly to the guiding principle of this annual general meeting. Last year, IOC President Christy Coventry reminded the sporting world of fundamental truth. All of you in the room have the responsibility and the keys to unlocking the future dreams of athletes. Those keys are not symbols of authority, they are symbols of responsibility. The decisions we make today will shape the opportunity available tomorrow. They will determine whether future athletes see a system that is open, fair, and encouraging, or one that creates unnecessary barriers. We are not simply managing rules and structures. We are shaping the future of people whose dreams depend on the decisions made within this room. Every delegate, every federation, and every contribution plays a role in ensuring that our sport remains accessible, credible, and united. Let us remember that the strength of dance sport has always come from its ability to connect people. Let us continue to build a federation where athletes from every nation have the opportunity to participate, to compete, and pursue excellence under equal conditions. Because when athletes are given that opportunity, sport fulfills its highest purpose: bringing people together. Thank you.
Thank you, Anastasia, for sharing those inspiring words. We now move to the formal proceeding of the Annual General Meeting. According to Article 23 of the WDSF statutes, this meeting will be conducted at all times in the English language. Please make sure interventions are in English. As we expect the meeting to run a few hours long, I propose that we shall have a coffee break at 11 a.m. for 15 minutes, a lunch break at 1 p.m. for 1 hour, a coffee break at 4 p.m. for 15 minutes, and we aim to end the meeting by 6 p.m. or earlier, with a farewell dinner at 7:30. We now move to item 2.1, approval of the agenda. The WDSF Presidium would like to propose a motion to amend the agenda. As this is a legal procedure, I would like to invite WDSF Vice President for Legal Affairs, Mr. Maris Wojnowskis, to present the motion.
Mr. President and fellow delegates, as a lawyer and as a dancer, I can say that among those two, there are more things in common that you would think. In both cases, it makes sense to get the steps into the right direction and into the right order. Therefore, regarding the agenda, we have certain amendments which relate to the fact that the Honorable Sandra Nori has resigned as the chair of the Ethics Committee, and therefore the Presidium proposes to item 38 to be added to the agenda to confirm that the interim chairperson of the Ethics Committee. Are there any objections from the delegates regarding this amendment? Being no objections, I would like the delegates to confirm by raising of your voting mandates the approval of the agenda as amended. Dear delegates, can I have the show of your voting mandates, please? Thank you very much. Is anybody against the motion? And is anybody abstaining? With nobody against and nobody abstaining, I take this motion as carried with overwhelming majority. Thank you very much. We can proceed.
Thank you, delegates. Thank you, Maris. Now I propose a motion for the approval of the updated agenda. Delegates, please place your vote. Who is in favor of this motion? Please raise your green card. Thank you. Who is against this motion? I see no one. Who is abstaining? Again, I see no one. The motion is carried. The updated agenda is approved. Thank you. Now I would like to invite WDSF General Secretary, Mr. Sergei Nifontov, to chair the section of the meeting as he provides a report on the convocation of meeting and the submission of motions.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Ladies and gentlemen, in accordance with the provisions of the WDSF statutes, I'm pleased to report that all requirements relating to the convocation of this annual general meeting and the submission of motions have been fulfilled as prescribed by statute. On 15th of January 2026, the WDSF officially convened the annual general meeting and informed the members of the deadlines for submission of motions as well as the allocation of the 2026 AGM in compliance with Article 10.1 and 10.2 of the WDSF statutes. Subsequently, on 17th April 2026, the deadlines and procedures for delegates registrations were formally communicated to all members in accordance with Article 10.2 of WDSF statutes. Following the expiration of all statutory deadlines and the processing of the motions received, the final agenda for this annual general meeting was distributed to all members on 13th of April 2026 in compliance with the Article 10.3 of the WDSF statutes. Before we're proceeding with the business of the meeting, I would like to provide a brief reminder regarding the voting requirements established by the WDSF statutes in accordance with Article 11.4 of the WDSF statutes. When determining the outcome of the votes requiring a simple majority, only the votes cast yes or no are counted. Similarly, for matters requiring a two-thirds majority, only the votes yes and no are taken into account when calculating the required majority. As a consequence, abstentions and invalid votes are disregarded and do not affect the calculation of either a simple majority or two-thirds majority. And now we are moving, Mr. President, to the to remind members that provisional member bodies has no vote. Associate member bodies present has 2 votes as per interpretation of the statutes. Honorary life member has 1 vote each, which is Mr. Heinz Specker and Jim Fraser, and full members has 2 votes each. Currently in the room we have 48 members with respective 96 votes, plus associate member with 2 votes, as I mentioned previously, 6 proxies corresponding to 12 votes, and 2 honorary members corresponding to another 2 votes, with 112 votes available in the room right now, with simple majority of 57 and two-thirds majority of 75 votes. And back to you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Sergey. Now that we have covered the essential details, let's extend a warm welcome to the honorary members joining us for this year's annual general meeting. I would like to specially welcome WDSF honorary member Mr. Heinz Specker from Germany. WDSF honorary member Mr. Jim Fraser from Canada. President of World Rock and Roll Confederation, Miss Marina Eskolin from Finland. President DanceSport Europe, Mr. Robert Walter from Poland. President of DanceSport Asia, Mr. Crossan Inquarten from People's Republic of China. Chair of the Disciplinary Council, Mr. Michael Shelton from Great Britain. I would also like to extend a special welcome to the following WDSF officials who are also the executive board members or on the board of directors of their national Olympic committees. We are honored by your presence and grateful for your support of dance sport and the Olympic movement. Please join me in recognizing our distinguished guests. May you please stand if you are here with us. Mr. Luis Vanio from Spain. Mr. Charles Ferreira from France. Mr. Rostislav Filgas from Czechia. Mr. Anthony Cicek from Poland. Dr. Laura Lunita from Italy. We are having more members from WDSF who are recognized by their national Olympic committees, which is an important indication of the growing significance of dance sport on a national level. I now propose the appointment of Mr. Sergei Nifontov, WDSF General Secretary, to be the recording secretary for the minutes of the AGM. Delegates, please place your vote on this motion to appoint Mr. Sergei Nifontov to recording secretary for the minutes of the AGM. Please bring your votes up. Who is in favor of this motion? Who is against the motion? I see no one. Who is abstaining? I see no one. There's a clear majority and in favor of the motion is carried. Mr. Nifontov, thank you for serving in this capacity for WDSF. We now come to the allocation of speaking time for agenda items, and this is very important to make the AGM a smooth meeting. To balance the right to discussion with the need to conduct the meeting efficiently and as approved by the Presidium, movers are allocated a maximum of 5 minutes to present their motion. Delegates are allocated a maximum of 3 minutes to speak on the motion. Movers are then allocated a maximum of 3 minutes to respond. I propose that the timekeeper for today's meeting is WDSF Sports Admin Officer Katerina Bogunovic. 30 seconds before the time is up, Katerina, you will ring the bell and our members will hear the bell ringing. When the time is up, you will hear the ring twice. Delegates, please vote on this appointment of Ms. Katerina as the timekeeper for the AGM. Who is in favor of this motion? Thank you. Who is against the motion? I see no one. Who is abstaining? And I see no one. Thank you. The motion is carried. Katerina for serving as timekeeper for the AGM. I would like to propose to the AGM the appointment of the following scrutineers who are non-voting delegates to oversee the calculation of the votes. The first nomination is Anja van Greenigen from Belgium. Amy Lick from Great Britain, Daniele Sargenti from Italy, Nerejas Stukas from Lithuania, Paul Gabriel Cusaru from Romania, Ivan Milusnik from Serbia. Delegates, please place your vote on the motion to appoint the scrutineers for the AGM. Those who are in favor, please raise your card. Who is against the motion? I see no one. Who is abstaining? And we have no abstention. The motion is carried. Thank you for the scrutineers for serving in this capacity for the AGM. The minutes of the 2025 WDSF Annual General Meeting was sent to all WDSF member bodies within the statutory deadlines. We received no objections to the minutes. I propose a motion to confirm the minutes of the 2025 WDSF AGM. Delegates, please place your vote on the motion. Who is in favor of the motion? Thank you. Who is against the motion? No one. Who is abstaining? Thank you very much. I see no one. The motion is carried and the minutes of the 2025 WDSF Annual General Meeting is approved. Now we have arrived at item 10, which begins the presentation of reports of the WDSF office holders and WDSF commissions. I will now begin naming the reports, and you may ask questions. Then we shall vote on approval of the relevant reports. On item 10, we have the President's report. Do you have any question? Thank you very much. I see no hand raised. Who is in favor of this motion? Thank you. Who is against the motion? Who is abstaining? Thank you very much. The motion is carried and the report is approved. On item 11, we have the WDSF General Secretary's report. Does anyone have any question? No question? I propose the motion to approve the WDSF General Secretary's report. Those who are in favor, please raise your green card. Thank you very much. Who is against the motion? No one. Who is abstaining? And I see no one. Thank you very much. The motion is carried and the report is approved. On item 12, we have the reports of WDSF First Vice President, Vice President for Sports, and Chair of the WDSF Sports Commission. Is there any question for Mr. Yestik? I propose a motion to approve the WDSF Vice President for Sports and WDSF Sports Commission's report. Who is in favor of this motion? Please raise your green card. Who is against the motion? Who is abstaining? I see no one. The motion is carried and the report is approved. Thank you. On item 13, we have the reports of the WDSF Vice President for Finance and WDSF Finance and Audit Commission. May I invite WDSF Vice President for Finance, Mr. Tony Tilani, to present this item so that he may respond to any question if necessary. Tony, please.
Thank you, Mr. President. Dear delegates, thank you once again for the privilege of serving as your Vice President for Finance. I will always uphold my professional ethics and the values of honesty, integrity, and transparency, subject to protecting WDSF due to commercial confidentiality. I will always openly report to the members who elected me last year. This year represents a significant period of change within the finance portfolio. Unlike any other since I was first elected to this position in 2008. After nearly 2 decades of financial administration being based in Australia, a material operational transition is now required. Over the past 24 months, I have been actively working on the return of WDSF's accounting and bookkeeping functions to Europe, which has been incredibly challenging. I will briefly discuss this transition at the end of my statutory AGM financial reports. I now commence with item 13.1 of the agenda, which is the audited financial statements, financial affairs, balance sheet, and income and expenditure account. Dear delegates, the 2025 audited financial statements confirm that WDSF remains financially strong and well capitalised, with net assets of approximately 2.68 million Swiss francs. At an operating level, the result was close to break even, with a small operating deficit of 23,769 Swiss francs compared to budget of a 25,000 Swiss franc surplus. This was anticipated given our continued strategic investment in Olympic development, breaking, and global activities. The reported overall operating deficit of 206,900 Swiss francs was driven primarily by non-operating currency losses of 246,843, particularly due to the weakening of the US dollar rather than any deterioration in core operations. In the 2024 year, we produced a surplus from currency movements of 49,654 Swiss francs. WDSF had a strong capital base of around 2.7 million at the end of the 31st of December 2025. Importantly, WDSF revenues in the 2025 year remain resilient, supported by strong growth in athlete participation due to the work of the members of the Managing Committee, which have done an excellent job in expanding the number of athletes that are now registered with WDSF. And we had athlete IDs, which have grown since 2017 from around 35,000 Swiss francs to now over 450,000 Swiss francs. And we have income from competition granting fees, which have grown since COVID to around 944,000 Swiss francs. Additionally, during the same period, WDSF has secured funding from the IOC and related entities of around US $4.5 million. In summary, WDSF's 2025 financial position remains stable, liquid, and strategically deployed, with reserves continuing to support the long-term development of dance sport and investments, including Blackpool. I now invite any questions from delegates on the WDSF 2025 audited financial statements. Are there any questions in the room? Yes, thank you. Eric?
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm Eric Staldi from Switzerland. We have three major questions regarding the finance report. Number one, we noticed a massive increase in the expenses for marketing from a budgeted amount of 30,000 to over 150,000. That is a budget overrun of 400%. Our question would be, how is it possible that this overrun occurred, and who has proved this overrun based on which competence?
Thank you very much, Eric. That's a very good question. The reality is, from year to year, there are invariably changes, and we had the opportunity of having a marketing officer, and as a consequence of appointing a marketing officer, that is why that budget item has blown out. In other words, it's an extra cost, but we had extra benefits.
Okay, thank you for this response. Second, you mentioned that a loss of 200,000 francs occurred due to the devaluation of the US dollar. Our question would be, as a Swiss federation who is obliged to report in Swiss francs, why is over 50% of our money invested in the US dollar, and why has this risk not been reduced by a hedge?
Thank you very much. It's a good question, and the 246,000 currency loss, please appreciate we have not lost 246,000 Swiss francs. Just over 235,000 Swiss francs was a book entry. It's not cash. So what occurred was, as at the 31st of December 2025, as at that day, you evaluate each of the currencies that we hold, and then you determine whether or not there is a potential currency loss. But the reality is that the very next day, the very next morning, that number changes again. And I have always taken the approach that I'm not going to guess currency movements. So it is not a physical loss of cash, and it's a moving target. And I point out that in the 2024 year, we made a surplus of currency profits of just under 50,000 Swiss francs. Now, the way that we account for currency losses and currency surpluses, we've actually gone through with the auditor to get it approved how we do it, and we use the Swiss rate, I think it's called AWS rate, on a monthly basis in order to determine each transaction and any potential loss or profit, and then at the end of the year, we determine what the value is at 31st of December. Now, the issue of hedging is a complicated issue. It's not straightforward. So the approach that we take, and because it is complicated, the majority of the money that we have received in the last few years from the IOC is in US dollars. So because it's in US dollars, we face a greater risk, as you point out, because of the amount of US dollars that we hold. So rather than, so what we do to mitigate that risk is that we work on internal hedging. So what that actually means in English is we work on a basis that we try to diminish the amount of money that we have in US dollars so that the risk of a significant currency movement in the largest currency that we're forced to hold is minimized. Now, because we have currencies in US dollars, in euros, in Swiss francs, and Great British pounds, the question is, if you're going to hedge, which of those currencies you're going to hedge, and how much risk are you prepared to take? Is it low risk? Is it medium risk? Is it high risk? And what is the cost of the hedging? So the approach that we have taken in the past is that we use a practical approach to diminish the risk of any one currency. And I point out to you that despite the currency book loss for the 25 year, I think you'll see from the financial statements and my reports that in the last 5 years, we've actually produced 2.2 million Swiss francs in surplus. And I'm sure that members would be very happy to see that we produced 2.2 million Swiss francs in surplus, but your question is absolutely correct. Does that answer your question, or would you like more clarity?
It does answer my question, but nevertheless, as a person who has been working in the financial industry for over 20 years, the risk of losing more money, especially in the US dollar, is very, very high. Because number one, the US government has no interest that the dollar goes up, so it will go down. And the hedge of 50, I mean, we're talking about 50% of our money, right? It's over 1.5 million. And I would strongly suggest that we hedge at least the US dollar risk, which is not really that expensive in comparison to the potential loss. I don't believe that, but that's a personal opinion, that dollar will go up that much again in the future, because nobody wants that, even not the US government. But that's a suggestion, right? Please consider this.
That's a great suggestion. I mean, we've taken a pragmatic approach in dealing with it. It's a complex area, and given you've got those skills, and it is a skill, I'm happy to take advice on it. At the end of the day, I am concerned, though, because I don't think we've done badly over the years. I think we've done well by having an internal hedging process, if I can put it to you that way. So look, I'm happy to talk to you after the meeting, happy to take your advice, and if you've got some expert commentary as to how to do hedging, happy to accept it.
Thank you. And our last question would be, you mentioned in your report that you consider the transfer of the financial administration from Australia to Europe to be of a huge operational risk. And actually, we do share this view, and we fully understand your position. Our question is, has this transfer now, in the meantime, being resolved? Has this been sorted out? Or are we still facing an operational risk on that side?
Thank you, Eric. It's a good question. That is probably the most serious question of this annual general meeting. And I have been incredibly concerned about it. And clearly, I have tried my absolute best to move the process as quickly as possible. No, it has not been completed, but what I can say to you is that with the excellent work between myself, Maris, in terms of the managing committee, I mean, Maris has been an amazing support in the amount of work that he's put in to the service agreements that we've produced. We are at the stage where just in the last hour, we've got, I think, the last version, I hope, I don't know, yes?
Yes, a very positive email arrived from the service provider confirming readiness to sign the agreement on Monday, subject to Presidium vote.
Okay, but in summary, my concern is not removed, because it's great that we've got a service provider after a lot of backwards and forwards that is prepared to do the accounting work. But the reality is that the accounting work is not the majority of the work. The majority of the work is the administrative work, which is done by my people in Perth, and they work diligently, and they've been fantastic in terms of the complications of the transfer of the information, well, the overall working of trying to work out how to move the stuff across to Europe. The service provider has full access, I believe, to absolutely everything he needs to be able to evaluate how to progress. My concern now is that because he's only doing the accounting work and he wants WDSF to produce clean data that he can process. So he's only interested in processing clean data. Now that puts a huge workload still on WDSF. And that workload was being handled by Ritva, who's retiring, and Bromwell was going to replace her, but that's not proceeding. So the situation is that we do need a very well-experienced person with administrative and accounting or bookkeeping skills, because what happens is you can't just have anyone. You have to have somebody who knows how to do it. We can tell them what to do, but we cannot tell them how to do it. And so therefore, I am concerned that we need to appoint somebody in Spain to do that work, and assuming that person really understands what they're doing, because we are a sports federation, and the reality is it's not straightforward. I mean, you know it's not straightforward. You've had experience. So it's a big job to try and move the stuff across. However, please understand that we have an Australian accounting system and software. We are now proposing a Swiss accounting system and software called Bexio. And the reality is that they're not the same, okay? So when the Australian system is turned off, the Bexio system, hopefully from around somewhere between July and September, will take over. But we're still obligated to provide the information for a transition, and we're obligated to keep producing clean data. So, for example, if you've got credit card statements and there's 200 transactions, you can't just suck up that data and automatically it's allocated to the various income and expense items of WDSF. You need somebody who understands WDSF's sports business to be able to dissect each of the income items and each of the expense items. So you could have, for example, 10 expenses for travel. However, each of those 10 expenses is for different things. So it's not just like pushing a button. So my concern is we're being asked to sign an agreement and comply with providing clean data to the Spanish provider. And I do have a concern, I hope they're not too demanding, because at the end of the day, it's about working collaboratively and being in a position where we can do a smooth transition, because after 30 September, we'll have no one to pay bills in Perth anymore. We'll have no one to collect income for WDSF anymore. We'll have no one to be able to communicate with members, officials, athletes, whoever. So yes, I am seriously concerned, and it's taken too long, but I do not believe I have delayed the process. I have worked diligently to try and make it as quickly as possible, and I'm sorry, it's a long answer, I apologise. My preference would not have been a service agreement. A service agreement is way too complicated. What I was expecting from the beginning, which is normally what happens with accountants, is that you receive an engagement letter from the other accountant. And unfortunately, he didn't want to do that. He wanted to have a service agreement. So then it took forever to go backwards and forwards and backwards and forwards, and I think we're there. So I'm sorry for the long-winded answer. Does that answer the question, or do you need more information?
No, thank you very much. Just a final remark that I think the Presidium should be aware of the fact that even when we have a professional external service provider, the responsibility for the finances and the control for the finance and the task remains with the Presidium, not only with the VP for Finance, but with the full Presidium. So I want to be, that you all are aware that every and each one of you is fully responsible for the finances of this federation, even if there is a service provider. And the responsibility does not lie only with the VP for Finance, but is the whole Presidium who is responsible, actually even personally liable for any such control mistakes which might happen, which we don't hope that they happen. Just as a final remark. Thank you for your replies.
Thank you, Eric. Look, you've been very helpful, and I appreciate your understanding. The Presidium is fully aware of that in terms of its responsibility of everyone, and we all take a risk if we don't do it properly. That is the truth. So hence, the person we employ in Spain, incredibly important, and it will cost us more than anyone wants to pay. But at the end of the day, boy, that person better be sharp. They better be as sharp as the people that we have in Perth at the moment, and who have worked diligently and loyally and passionately in terms of making sure that our federation continues to succeed. Thank you. Are there any other questions? Yes? I'm sorry, I can't see who that is.
Can we have the speaker to come up on stage? Can you come on stage?
Hi,
We use the
I'm
mic.
Duarte from Portugal. If you don't mind, maybe it's easier because just asking some one or two questions to Tony, maybe it's easier.
Sorry, Duarte, because of we're live streaming and we arranged everything, if possible, for you to come and for every delegate to come, so that you are properly seen on the live stream.
Oh, thank you. Hello, Duarte from Portugal. So, Tony, just one or two questions regarding your report. Here you have in the operating income variations, you mentioned that not all variations have been listed. My question is if there was a criteria for which variations you listed, or you just highlighted the main ones, or?
Thank you. What we've tried to do is have the most significant ones. If there's a particular one that you want an explanation of, happy to provide it. But as you can see, there are many, many variations. The interesting thing is, though, that overall, the total expenditure for the year and the total revenue for the year is actually incredibly close. I don't think you can ever be exact. It's not an exact science to do a budget. We do the best we can, and I have to admit, some of it needs to be a bit of a guess. It's an educated guess. Does that answer your question? If there's specific items, please give them to me, and if I haven't got the answer now, I can get it for you.
No, the question was just if you had any criteria for doing this board.
The most significant items, I believe, have been listed. If there's a significant item that hasn't, then if I've missed something that I should have included, I'm happy to find, to give you the answer.
Okay, thank you. Another board that you have is favorable expense variation savings. And here in the IOC, Olympic International Development,
Yeah, this is in the audited accounts, yes?
this is page 106 of the booklet.
Okay, give me a moment.
In your report,
Yep. Hang on just a sec. Yep, got it.
Okay. Here you have favorable expense variations savings. And on this list, I understand everything, but here on the IOC, Olympic and International Development, you have a budget of 215, and the actual is minus 233,726. So the result is not saving, correct?
Just give me a minute.
Okay, sorry.
Sorry, hang on. You're right. Well done. You get a gold medal.
No, just because
No, you're
could
right.
be.
You're right.
Okay. So I got this.
It doesn't change the outcome.
No, I realized, but because it was savings on the board, and I was just looking at that.
Do you know how many times we've gone through this stuff? Unfortunately, numbers and numbers and numbers.
I know how it is, and finally, just one last question is: you recommend cost savings, but in general, do you recommend any particular cost savings in any? In your report, you mentioned you recommend cost savings, of course, but my question is, if you specifically recommend any cost savings in any area?
Thank you for the question. Look, at this stage, what I would like to see is where we actually end up in the 2026 year. And the reason I say that is because, as you know, we had a double investment this year in terms of both Blackpool and Brisbane. And I believe both have been huge successes, and I believe both were absolutely necessary. I'm not proposing, if the intention is, well, should we cancel one or the other, I'm not going there. I'd like to see where we end up for this year before we determine if we can do some additional cost savings. However, historically in my business, what I concentrate on more so than expenditure, because sometimes it's virtually impossible to reduce expenditure, because the more you reduce expenditure, the greater the risk that you can't implement your program. So my preferred view normally is to try and increase revenue. It is much more powerful to increase revenue and increase margins rather than trying to cut necessary costs. I've never had the view that you just cut. It doesn't work. Or sorry, for me, I don't think it works. Does that answer your question?
Yes, completely.
Thank you.
Thank you for your time and clarification.
No, thank you. Great questions. Do we have some more questions? Oh, you've had enough, have you? All right. Thank you very much, ladies. Delegates. Thank you very much. If there's no further questions, and I see none, who is in favour of the motion to adopt the 2025 audited financial statements? Your green card, please. Thank you. Who is against? Are there any abstentions? Unanimous. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. The auditor's report, once again I say to you, after 17 years, we have never had the auditor, and it's not been the same auditor, we've had about 3, I think. The reality is they have never questioned what we have produced. And we have had some difficult circumstances, but the auditor has been very supportive, and if we have need of expert opinion from the auditor or legal or whatever, we always secure it. So, I don't think you'd have a problem, can I ask, unless there's questions, are you happy to accept the auditor's clean financial report? All those in favour, green card. Thank you very much. All those against? Are there any abstentions? Thank you. Unanimously carried again. Okay, 13.3, the report of the WDSF Financial Examiner. I now invite Professor Dr. Kiyotaka Ozaki to present his Financial Examiner's report for your consideration. Thank you.
Thank you, Tony. Distinguished President, Vice President, delegates, I'm Kiyotaka Ozaki, Financial Examiner. First and foremost, I would like to express my highest commendation and profound gratitude to Vice President Tony Tirani for his continuous exceptional work, transparent financial governance, and his candid disclosure of organization risks based on financial documents managed under his outstanding leadership. I shall present the 4 key areas of my professional evaluation. First, it's highly commendable that the WDSF has maintained the target financial reserves within the range of 2.5 to 3.0 million Swiss francs. However, the financial year of 2018 2025 ended with deficit, primarily driven by substantial foreign exchange loss of approximately 183,000 Swiss francs due to the depreciation of US dollar. We must establish more robust frameworks to protect our fund from sharp currency shifts. Second, this September, our financial operations will completely relocate from Australia to Europe. Recognition that this transition will not yield that originally anticipated cost reductions. The Presidium must prioritize recruiting highly qualified management to ensure the seamless stabilization of new infrastructure. Third, 2026 budget project deliberate strategic deficit exceeding 320,000 Swiss francs to find critical pathway for future growth, such as Brisbane 2032 Olympic campaign. These expenditures must not become mere consumption. We must rigorously ensure that they translate into concrete future revenues and enhanced commercial venues. Fourth and finally, the budget for 2027 and 2028 must firmly pave the way back toward a balanced budget or surplus. Relying on the depletion of accumulatory reserves is unsustainable and risks diminishing our capital below the critical threshold of 2.0 million Swiss francs. We must act in unit to diversified revenue streams and enforce strict cost depreciation. In conclusion, while our financial base remains strong, 2026 stands as pivotal year of transformation. I would like to reiterate my heartfelt gratitude to Vice President Tony Tireni for his continuous dedicated work and outstanding leadership. I also express my sincere gratitude to Mr. Maris Keith, Vice President for Legal Affairs, for his exceptional expertise and steadfast support in managing the legal agreements for this complex transition. Most importantly, I extend my deepest respect and profound gratitude to Ms. Liba Juhe and Ms. Bro, who are stepping down this autumn, for their years of meticulous, dedicated, and invaluable contribution to financial administration of the WDSF. Thank you very much for your distinguished attention. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Dr. Ozaki. Are there any questions of Dr. Ozaki? If there are no questions, who is in favour of accepting the Financial Examiner's report? Who is against accepting the Financial Examiner's report? Are there any abstentions? Thank you. Carried unanimously. So now we have the next item, 13.4, adoption of the 2026 WDSF revised budget. Dear delegates, the revised 2026 budget reflects a planned and strategic investment year with forecast operating income of approximately 2.44 million Swiss francs and a planned deficit, as mentioned by Professor Ozaki, of 320,500 Swiss francs. The deficit is unfortunately intentional, but it supports WDSF's key priorities, including Olympic pathway activities, major international events such as Blackpool, and continued development of dance sport globally. The budget also highlights growing pressures from inflation and rising global costs, which I have no doubt that you are all exposed to, and potentially they're getting worse, and we cannot continue ignoring them. Because the reality is that this has already cost us, as I mentioned last year, hundreds of thousands of Swiss francs in purchasing power that has been eroded from this federation. And the more we suffer, the more you suffer. The more resources WDSF has, the greater resources that we can share with members. And as you saw yesterday, in particular, you saw the safeguarding, you saw the medical commission reports, all these things, even if people aren't paid, or if they are paid, we need money. So I would ask you to seriously consider that when the motion comes up later in the meeting, that you do support increasing fees in order to try and protect us. It is only a one-year increase. Okay, let's keep going. So the deficit, although it's significant of 320,000, it can be comfortably funded from existing reserves. It is important to recognise that such levels of deficit are not sustainable in the long term and will require future corrective action, as pointed out by Professor Ozaki. In summary, 2026 once again represents a deliberate investment phase, including investments in the 26 and 27 WDSF Blackpool Dance Sport Festival and the WDSF Brisbane World Breaking Dance Sport Festival as part of our bid for inclusion in the Brisbane 32 Olympic Games. Although WDSF is using our strong capital base to support strategic growth, such deficits cannot continue. Without additional revenues or lower expenditures, we will erode WDSF's capital towards 2 million Swiss francs rather than the more comfortable 2.5 million Swiss francs, which had been my goal from day one. I now invite any questions from delegates on the revised 2026 budget. Are there any questions from delegates? If there are no questions, will you approve the 2026 revised budget? Thank you, delegates. Excellent. Are there any objections? Anyone against? No. Thank you. Are there any abstentions? None. Thank you very much. I declare that unanimously passed as well. 13.5, adoption of the 2027 WDSF provisional budget. Looking ahead to 2027, which although is only 6 months away, it is always difficult to work out budgets. The reality is we really don't know some things. There are things outside of our control. And if you remember when COVID hit, who could have predicted it? So a budget is a budget, but it can always be changed. Don't think that because you pass a budget, it's stuck in concrete. What you've got to do is be flexible, be pragmatic, and make sure that our strategic goals are achieved. So the provisional budget reflects a return to near break-even, with a projected deficit of only 24,000 Swiss francs. And as I say, the reality is that no one can guarantee budget outcomes, and so working to balance each annual budget must remain the goal of any organisation. But genuinely, I don't care, or not don't care, I am okay to live with a small deficit or a small surplus rather than get carried away and make it, say, a large deficit, and then all of a sudden we find, oh my God, isn't he wonderful? He's produced an excellent surplus the following year. I don't play those games. I use the figures and I work the figures and I let them fall where they fall. Whether it's a deficit or a surplus, I try and be as fair and reasonable as I can. So the budget outcome is also supported by the reduction of one-off Olympic cycle expenditures and a stabilisation of operating costs. Now, that doesn't mean that if we have additional obligations or requirements with regards to Brisbane 32, that we won't spend the money if we have to. So please be aware it's got to remain flexible. So, at the same time, there are significant opportunities to increase revenues, and one of the greatest increase in revenues has been Athletes ID, and that's because of the additional styles that we've adopted. And so there's been some great work from Sergey and Nenad in particular to achieving that. And that's going to help us to optimise our cost structures and support a long-term financial base. In summary, 2027 marks a transition back toward financial equilibrium, while maintaining investment in core activities. I now invite any questions from delegates on the 2027 provisional budget. Are there any questions from delegates? If not, who is in favour of accepting the 2027 provisional budget? Thank you, delegates. Who is against? There is no one. Are there any abstentions? Thank you. Unanimously approved again. Now, the 13.6, adoption of the 2028 WDSF provisional budget. Delegates, the 2028 provisional budget continues the trend, projecting a near balanced position with a minimal deficit of 5,000 Swiss francs. This again reflects a stable and sustainable financial outlook following the completion of major Olympic cycle investments, but nothing can be guaranteed, particularly over 2.5 years away. The budget provides flexibility to respond to future strategic opportunities whilst maintaining strong financial discipline and capital preservation. In summary, 2028 demonstrates a sustainable financial model, positioning WDSF for long-term stability and growth. However, priorities and budgets are re-evaluated each and every year. I now invite any questions from delegates on the 2028 provisional budget. If there are none, who is in favour of accepting the 2028 provisional budget? Who is against? Are there any abstentions? If not, thank you. Carried unanimously. Item 13.7, appointment of the auditor. I now ask members to consider the appointment of Baker & Norton Fiduciary SA as WDSF auditors for the next 3 years. The reality is we don't have to appoint the auditor every year, and what we're seeking to do, we had a discussion and it seemed logical that the appointment of the auditors aligns with the appointment or the election of the Presidium. So by extending it to 3 years, it basically means we don't have to muck around with this until the next election cycle. Are there any questions from delegates on the appointment? If not, who is in favour of accepting the appointment of Baker & Norton Fiduciary for the next 3 years? Thank you. Is there anyone against? Are there any abstentions? If not, carried unanimously. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, I've been advised that the President wants to have a break.
It's not the President, it's the delegates. I think you need a coffee. So we will have a 15 minutes break. Please come back on time. Thank you very much. 11:15, back to the room. Please get seated. Thank you very much. We will now start with the next part of the meeting. Tony, please.
Thank you, delegates. Okay, so as I said at the beginning of my presentation, I am giving you a brief summary on the actual transition. And although we have covered some items in some of the questions that were raised during the acceptance of the financial reports, I think it's important that I provide a structured presentation that explains where we are and where we're going. And so accept my apologies if there's an overlap with some of the discussions we had in the first part of my presentation, but I think it's important to have it in a structured format. So, dear colleagues, I now address the proposed appointment and the broader transition of WDSF's accounting and financial administration from Australia to Europe. I have consistently supported this transition on the basis that WDSF must first clearly define the services, the costs, the responsibilities, and the governance framework through a proper agreement to ensure continuity, transparency, financial integrity, and data security. As I mentioned earlier, together with Maris Vanovskis, Vice President for Legal Affairs, we've worked extensively, and we have also included the Managing Committee to develop and review a fair and properly structured service agreement. However, the agreement presented did not fully reflect the original due diligence and transition framework proposed prior to the 25 AGM. I wish to be clear that I have not delayed this process. Progress has been hindered by insufficient clarity on what work was going to be performed and how much it was going to cost and what were the twists and the turns in order to implement a properly governed due diligence process. Notwithstanding these concerns, I support the proposed appointment. I believe that the provider, known as BSC, and the lead, Juan Francisco, are capable, and the use of the Bexio accounting system is appropriate. This support is given out of necessity to protect WDSF's operational continuity. Regarding this appointment, I emphasise again a critical and immediate operational risk facing WDSF that after 13 years of loyal service, Ritva Juhé will retire later this year on 30th September, and Bronwyn Bloor, who was employed to take over from Ritva, because in October of last year I could see that we were going nowhere fast, and if Ritva was going to resign or was retiring, that we actually needed somebody to replace her, and I couldn't make progress with the Spanish service provider. And it was only after I mentioned or appointed Bronwyn that I started getting feedback again from the Spanish service provider, which is great. So Bronwyn will also be leaving at the same time. And as I mentioned, WDSF then will have no confirmed internal resource to undertake day-to-day financial administration. Unless WDSF urgently appoints at least one experienced and capable administrator bookkeeper, WDSF risks being unable to process transactions, payments, or manage core financial operations. This represents a serious operation and financial risk. Doesn't matter how successful we are in terms of everything else we do, doesn't matter how many hits we've got on the internet, the bottom line is it all works because the finances work, and if the finances don't work, we have a serious problem. WDSF's financial strength over many years has been built on that disciplined governance, reliable financial systems, and the commitments of its officers and members. I therefore express my disappointment that the level of support required to achieve a fully structured and aligned due diligence and transition was not realised at an earlier stage. I asked members to support this change to BSC, the Spanish service provider, whilst acknowledging the following important reservations. These are very important. Number one, rising costs. Outsourcing the accounting service will increase costs over time as reliance on any external commercial provider who need to make profit, which is fair enough, grows, and they have no link to our love of dance sport. A commercial business will want to make a profit. Secondly, out-of-scope charges. There will be additional fees for some additional work outside the base service agreement to process data, to produce cash flows, annual accounts, and audit for fees of about $2,000 a month. That is the work they're doing. That's what they want to do. They want to process clean accounting data. And so that's going to cost 24,000 euros per year. Overall, the ongoing staffing requirement, WDSF will still require an experienced internal administrator bookkeeper to process the payments, respond to inquiries from members and officers, ensure the provision of accurate, timely and well-maintained financial data for processing and supporting BSC as the new service provider. The combined costs of BSC and WDSF are expected to be approximately 50 to 60,000 euros per annum, broadly comparable to the historical internal costs that we incur in Australia in a year. There is an alternative, number 4. Now that we actually understand the costs of the service provider, which were only finally clarified on the 8th of April, it's now the 14th of June, and that's been part of the problem, trying to extract exactly what was going to be done and what it was going to cost. Please be aware that WDSF could allocate that annual budget of 50 or 60,000 euros towards employing a full-time accountant and a full-time administrator within WDSF's proposed office in Spain, where we already have familiarity with the relevant legal and employment requirements. This approach would alleviate engaging a commercial for-profit service provider in Spain. That is, let me be very clear, this approach would remove the need to use a for-profit service provider such as BSC in Spain. If this alternative was followed, it would be preferable for such roles to be based in Spain rather than a lower cost jurisdiction, and there are a number of lower cost jurisdictions, because we need to ensure the alignment with the operational expectations, and that's basically where the General Secretary has a very good knowledge base and experience with Spain. In addition, WDSF is already familiar with the legal and regulatory considerations in Spain. Unfortunately, due to timing and WDSF's human resource issues, we don't have the people to look after BSC, I cannot see how we could take advantage of this alternative at this time. This option would still be available in future years, and it makes logical operational and financial sense to have employees at cost rather than for profit to only service additional WDSF needs as we grow. Number 5, loss of pro bono support. Upon the eventual conclusion of my term as Vice President for Finance, WDSF will no longer have the benefit of the professional, financial and governance support which I have provided on a voluntary basis for 39 years without compensation. And now, Maris finds himself in a position that he's providing that kind of support. It's not cheap, but we do it because of the love of dance sport. We don't do it for money. And I think people need to accept that employing an external service over time, the costs will increase. 6, future reputational risk. I am concerned that discussions today or in the future may have the potential to misrepresent the work undertaken by myself and our fantastic WDSF team in Perth, due to the potential difficulties that will be encountered, hopefully minimal, in finding the best and most experienced and qualified person to be employed by WDSF in Spain, transitioning the work to the Spanish service provider, and continuing to support BSC with clean data for them to process. I ask members again to support this proposed transition from Australia to Europe with full awareness of the very high risks involved if we don't get it right. I now summarise the 2 potential options as follows. 1, appointing BSC as a Spanish accounting service provider and an experienced and qualified bookkeeper administrator employed by WDSF in Spain, or WDSF employing an experienced full-time accountant as well as a bookkeeper administrator in the proposed new Spanish office. We can start with number 1, appointing BSC, and in the next 2 years we can consider if that's working well, or if in fact we want to end up having full-time officers in Spain. In conclusion, I make it very clear and I provide full disclosure that if WDSF does not appoint a fully experienced administrative bookkeeper in Spain, it will be difficult, if not impossible, to meet certain transitioning and then ongoing obligations to BSC under the servicing agreement, such as providing timely clean data for BSC for the production of the 2026 financial statements. It is also unclear how a new WDSF administrative bookkeeper in Spain would effectively be supported if both our Australian staff leave on 30 September. In order to assist, our Australian team have very kindly produced a concise handover manual to support the new Spanish employee, irrespective if they have already finished their employment in Perth. Due to the volume of work and the need for necessary skills of the new employee, it is unrealistic to have any Vice President for Finance to fulfill this function. And I explain that like this. We have a significant accounting office, 26 staff. We have a number of bookkeepers as well as the 26 staff. We have 6 or 7 bookkeepers who are external. And the bottom line is this. I don't spend any time with them because each of the bookkeepers know what they're doing. The only thing I spend time with the bookkeepers for is telling them what I need to happen and what needs to be done. I don't show them how to do anything. And that's what we need. That's the kind of person that you need in our office in Spain. Okay, we're nearly finished. So, the WDSF Presidium, as mentioned, will shortly consider signing the service agreement with BSC. This is still a risk, as WDSF will need to have a competent, experienced administrative bookkeeper appointed as quickly as possible, preferably yesterday. I now invite any questions from members regarding the proposed transition. Do we have any questions? If there are no questions, I'm going to close by sincerely thanking Ritva Yuhei for her excellent work and loyal support over 13 years in this, her final AGM before retirement. Bronwyn Bloor. Bronwyn Bloor, who's only been with us since October last year and who's ably supported WDSF and Ritva in the Perth office. Professor Dr. Kiyotaka Ozaki for his diligence and support as financial examiner. I have kept him fully informed from the beginning of all the toings and froings, so he knows exactly what's going on. And, no doubt, Maris Vanovskis, your personal support, your professional guidance have been invaluable to me over the last 12 months, and his intense collaborative work in diligently working to finalise a service agreement with BSC. And I can promise you he's been up at nights doing this. So he's up in the middle of the night getting the next draft done. So everyone has worked intensely. So delegates, thank you very, very much. I appreciate and value your support. Who is in favour of accepting the report of the Vice President for Finance? Please hold up your green papers. All those against? No one against. Are there any abstentions? Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. I appreciate it.
Thank you very much, delegates. In the interest of time and efficiency, I propose a procedural motion that the reports of the WDSF office holders and WDSF commissions covering agenda item 15 to 35 be considered and voted en bloc. Each report will still be presented and delegates may ask questions. However, instead of voting on each report individually, approval will be put to one vote after the relevant reports have been presented. That means at the end of all the reports. Delegates, please cast your vote on this procedural motion to save time. Those who are in favor?
And thank you, Mr. President. As a lawyer, I just one sentence clarification. As I reported, Honorable Sandra Norrie has resigned as the chair of the Ethics Committee. The report is not submitted. Therefore, when we vote en bloc, we will vote for all those reports as submitted, excluding the Ethics Committee report, which is not in the delegates folder, and also Nominations Committee report. Thank you.
Now, who is in favor of this motion? Please raise your green card. Thank you very much. Who is against this motion? I see no one. Who is abstaining? No one. Thank you very much. The reports covering agenda items 15 to 35 will therefore be considered and voted en bloc after the relevant reports have been presented. That means we'll vote again at the end of all these 35 reports. We now proceed to agenda item 15. We have the report of the Vice President for Legal Affairs and WDSF Legal Commission. Is there any question? Eric, please come on stage.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's more rather a remark than a question. In the expense report for 2025, we note that the cost for external legal advice increased from 27,000 in 24 to over 60,000 in 25. And the budget for 26 and 27 are also planning with another expense of 6,000 per year. That's 100,000 francs for external legal advice in 3 years. I personally consider this as being relatively high. So many of you might know that I'm a Swiss attorney at law. So if there is anything I can do to support the VP for Legal in this matter to potentially reduce those risks, I'm happy to do so, to reduce the cost for WDSF. That just as an offer for you as a legal team. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Eric.
And also, Eric, thank you very much also personally. WDSF is a Swiss law-governed organization. You are a competent Swiss lawyer and attorney at law. Your proposal of support is greatly appreciated, noted, and we will take you, let's say, into account, Eric. Thank you.
That's the first good news of the day. Thank you, Eric. On item 16, we have the reports of WDSF Vice President for Development and WDSF Development and Sustainability Commission. Is there any question on this report? Thank you very much. On item 17, we have the reports of WDSF Vice President for Communications and WDSF Communications Commission. Is there any question on this report? No question. Thank you very much. On item 18, we have the WDSF Vice President for Marketing's report. Is there any question on this report? No question. Thank you very much. On item 19, we have the WDSF Disciplinary Council's report. Is there any question? No question. Thank you. On item 20, we have the WDSF Adjudicators Commission's report. Is there any question? There's no question. On item 21, we have the WDSF Anti-Doping Commission's report. Is there any question? I see no question. On item 22, we have the WDSF Athletes Commission's report. Is there any question? Thank you very much. On item 23, we have the WDSF DanceSport Discipline Development Commission's report. Is there any question? There's no question. On item 24, we have the WDSF Entourage Commission's report. Is there any question? Thank you very much. On item 25, we have the WDSF Equality, Diversity, and Inclusion Commission's report. Is there any question? There's no question. On item 26, we have the WDSF Historical Commission's report. Is there any question? There's no question. On item 27, we have the WDSF Medical Commission's report. Is there any question? There's no question. On item 28, we have the WDSF Membership Commission's report. Is there any question? There's no question. On item 29, we have the WDSF Sports for All and Social Responsibility Commission's report. Is there any question? Thank you very much. On item 30, we have the WDSF DanceSport Academy's report. Is there any question? There's no question. Thank you very much. On item 31, we have the Associate Member World Rock and Roll Confederation's report. Is there any question? No question. Thank you very much. On item 32, we have DanceSport Asia's report. Is there any question? No question. Thank you very much. On item 33, we have DanceSport Europe's report. Is there any question? There's no question. Thank you. On item 34, we have the Ethics Commission's report. As mentioned earlier by our VP for Legal Affairs, we did not receive a submission of the Ethics Committee report. Therefore, it is excluded from the vote en bloc. On item 35, we have the Nomination Committee's report. As mentioned earlier by our VP for Legal Affairs, we did not receive a submission of this report. Therefore, it is excluded from the vote en bloc. If there are no further questions, I now put forward the motion to approve the reports en bloc covering agenda item 15 to 35, with the exception of the report of the Ethics Committee and the Nomination Committee. Delegates, please cast your vote to approve the motion. Who is in favor of this motion? Thank you very much. Who is against this motion? No one. Who is abstaining? I see no one. The motion is carried. The mentioned reports are approved. Thank you. We now have the item 37 of the agenda, the approval of the Presidium's work during the past year. The motion will be moved by Dallas Williams, CEO of DanceSport Australia, on behalf of Robin Watts, President of DanceSport Australia, as she is not feeling very well today. I would like to invite Dallas to take the floor.
Good morning. Dear President, members of the Presidium and fellow delegates, I stand today to formally move the approval of the WDSF's Presidium's work for the past year. I look at the body of work that's been achieved, and I'm totally amazed because I'm here every year, like many of you are, and this last year has been extremely busy, and I've seen an extreme amount of work go through. So, you know, this is even at the start of this year in January, and we spoke about a lot of the things that were achieved yesterday, but I was also personally involved with the work in Brisbane to bring breaking to Australia, and that is no small feat. And it's because of your Presidium that this actually happened. So everything was done to create an environment that the Australian Sports Commission people could see how breaking could be included for Brisbane 2032. This leadership is exceptional. I mean, many times we hear promises, but we have actually had action. Off the back of January, of course, we also had Blackpool. So that was an enormous body of work, and looking at Blackpool, it's turned into a true flagship event, and it'll be very interesting to see how this progresses into the future, but for this year, it was an outstanding event. Of course, both of those events were preceded by our World Games, and that took a lot of work to get done, and for those of you who were here yesterday, you would have seen that that was an outstanding sports presentation that really outstripped all the other sports. So once again, a congratulations to the Presidium on that. All this has led to, in the past 12 months, probably the largest exposure through social media, streaming, to bring dancing closer to people, with also the addition of extra genres. We see now a record amount of athlete licenses, and that's what we're really here for, to grow our athletes. So I stand here to move this motion for the outstanding work our Presidium has done in the last 12 months. So thank you, and please pass the motion.
Thank you, Dallas Williams. Delegates, please place your vote to approve the motion to approve the Presidium's work. Who is in favor of the motion? Please raise your green card. Thank you very much. Who is against the motion? I see no one. Who is abstaining? And I see no one. Thank you very much. The motion is approved. Now we have come to item 38, Presidium's motion. I would like to hand over the Vice President for Legal Affairs, Maris Vainoskis, to chair this section of the meeting from item 38.1 to item 38.7, covering the WDSF statutes. Maris, please.
Thank you, Mr. President. And fellow delegates, the statutes is the backbone, the legal backbone of our federation. It is our constitution. Therefore, there are very important 7 motions. And if I can characterize them, It is not just 7 technical fixes, not just, some wording changes. It is one coherent step into the direction of efficiency and good governance. And these motions will require 2/3 of majority, because according to the articles, that is not a simple vote, that is a very serious fundamental vote to alter our articles. But before that, I wanted to make a recognition statement. As in the President's report, you can see that WDSF has been awarded A1 ranking on the recent review by the Association of IOC-recognized international sports federations. This is not secondary category. This is not tier 2 category. It is the top category. Therefore, so our federation, from AGM and member bodies to the president, from president to the presidium and to the MC, from general secretary and his team, the entire set of committees and commissions we have here in WDSF, everybody contributing in the area of good governance. That is key for our Olympic dream to be continued, for our federation to be managed on a proper basis. I want to propose a moment of thanks to and especially to Sergei as the General Secretary for making this job and achieving this ranking. Thank you very much, delegates. So we will now move to and so you are able by your phone to access each of the motions. You will see from the WDSF box appearing it on your screens for the ease of reference. I will also maybe just characterize those 7 motions. 5 of them the first 5 will be more or less technical adjustments for efficiency, simply that we are running as a smooth modern federation. The 6th motion will be simply to sharpen the wording, to make it more clear. And the 7th motion will be one of the most fundamental. It will introduce a legal handbook, which is not a separate rule or a document, but imagine our federations, different statutes, codes, policies, decisions, regulations, as many books scattered all over the place, and they are adopted at different times, under different presidiums, under different political and legal circumstances. We need a shelf where these books are all lying in correct order from the biggest to the smallest, and that's why we are proposing a document which will put it all together in good order for clarity, for efficiency, and for legal certainty. That will be the 7th motion on the agenda. Therefore, I am already proposing to go through the motions one by one, and item number 38 is the first, I would say, the technical motion, which in effect what it means, it allows the notice of a proposed member expulsion to be given by electronic means, including email, in addition to a registered letter, so that simply the transmission can be demonstrated, but we are moving away from this sending the documents to some registered address. We all know that the documents can be lost. They cannot reach the recipient. Electronic means, email, the official email is the most efficient communication tool these days. Therefore, are there any questions on this technical motion to amend Article 5.8 of our articles simply by introducing electronic means? Yes, Eric?
I would like to make a short remark and propose a small change. I'm not opposing in principle that such notices are being sent out by email. However, the proposed solution does not reflect today's principle of notification adequately. Today, such notices must be sent by registered mail, which ensures that the notice has actually been received. The proposed solution, by saying that proof of transmission has been provided, means that the respective notice has been sent. Under Swiss law, on many occasions, however, the actual receipt of a note needs to be proven. I therefore would like to propose a slight amendment to the motion so that the text written in blue shall be changed to provided that proof of receipt can be demonstrated, not just proof of transmission.
No. Thank you, Eric, very much. Although technically, I know that it's sometimes the system does not send back those proof of receipts. Therefore, dear delegates, may I propose that still, of course, the burden of proof of proper delivery is on WDSF, and this is how the current wording goes. With all respect, Eric, I really recommend we stay with the Presidium's wording. In our opinion, it provides sufficient security both for the members and also for the delivery institution. Eric, so would you agree that I move with the Presidium's proposal without alterations? Thank you, Eric. We are aware of this burden of proof to evidence the transmission. And are there any questions, additional questions on the motion by the delegates? So seeing no hands raised, I therefore put for a vote the motion to approve amendments to the WDSF Statutes Article 5.8 as proposed by the Presidium. Dear delegates, please vote. Who is in favor? Thank you very much. Who is against? Please note that there are, we need the vote counting scrutineers. So please, can you count the votes against? Okay, I think the against are counted. Who is abstaining? All right, so can I have a member of the scrutineers to announce the results? Dear delegates, may I propose for efficiency? There was an overwhelming majority in favor of the motion. There were several votes against. There was nobody abstaining. I want your general agreement of the following, that in such cases, we can not count all the votes in favor because there was an absolute majority. We will subtract from the total voting delegates the votes against and the votes abstaining, if any, and we will presume that the rest have voted for, and that will be recorded into the minutes. It is very important, are you in agreement with such a proposal in the interests of efficiency? Is anybody against? Maybe no need to vote on this, but are there any objections? So hearing none, we hereby approve that we will proceed on that basis, and I request the vote counting commission to announce how many votes were against or abstaining. Dear scrutineers, who can announce the total number of votes against? Okay, clear. So the motion is carried by overwhelming majority, 6 votes against, none abstaining, and we will subtract from the number of total voting delegates the 6 votes against, and the result is that the motion has been carried by 71 votes in favor, 6 votes against, therefore satisfying the qualified majority required to pass the amendments to the articles. We will now move to the second motion, which is also of a technical nature. So far, our articles provided for a very clear but very fixed form how a proxy looks like in order for you to authorize a representative at the general meeting. Now, simply the considerations of efficiency, they require this form to be more flexible. And only thing which this motion proposes is that the statute sets the framework and the presidium sets the form, so the principle stays in place, but format stays more flexible. And also so that the way how the proxy is submitted is reasonably flexible, but not carved in stone in our articles of association or statutes. Are there any questions from the delegates on this motion? So hearing no questions, I hereby put on a vote the Presidium motion number 2 on the articles changes in the wording that is available for you. And I hereby put for a vote who is in favor of amending Article 9.4 of WDSF statutes as proposed. Thank you very much. I see overwhelming majority. Who is against? I see none. Who is abstaining? I see none. Therefore, I declare that this motion is also carried by overwhelming majority, basically unanimously. Why I say overwhelming majority? It is because maybe some of you have not participated into the voting. We cannot presume absolute unanimously because it was an overwhelming majority. Thank you very much. Yes, there is a question? Can you please use the mic? So it's a proposal of an order, yes?
It's not easy to follow which motion we are voting because they are displayed differently when we open the folders. It's written item 38.2. We don't see which motion we are. Which motion
can simply scan a QR code.
Yes.
Either to leave it here so that we can read it and then vote, or just somehow to connect to the box that we have, because we have been divided by the statutes, but the numbers are written, so differently written.
Clear. So what I propose is that we will go maybe a little bit slower. So now on the third motion, so here you have this particular QR code which you can scan and open the motion on your devices. That is one way to access it. The other way, General Secretary, if I'm not mistaken, they also appear on the let's say, on the precedents. So the third file at the moment we're talking about, if you are looking at the line of the documents, so that will be now the third one. And the additional option, we will now put this motion now on the screen for a longer time, so you can review it like online, watching the screen. Yep.
Dear delegates, you have several possibilities to consult motions. As you can see, you have QR code that leads directly to the relevant motion. Additionally, you have overall QR code that was provided to you at the beginning, and that leads to all motions. But you need to pay attention to exact number of the motion, because the ordering, sometimes the box automatically order them in a different way. So please pay attention to the number of the motions, because they are numbered as per agenda, okay? So, and if you need more time, please just raise your hand and we will be giving you more time to read entirely what is on the screen at this moment.
Thank you very much for this clarification. Are there any questions, please? Yes.
General Secretary is like a gate for the proxy forms, right? And it is a question, what safeguards exist to ensure the proxy validation remains purely administrative, not a political? Because in this case, he can like resign some motions with the different reasons. I mean, not now, but in the future.
No, I can comment, and then General Secretary will reflect. Obviously, there is an absolute requirement, and we are all acting in good faith here. So, which means, you know, all the motions, all the proxies, all the documents, they need to be accepted, recorded in absolute good faith. Now, of course, there is always certain technical risks. There are certain, you know, practical risks, but I think that it is more an operational question rather than a legal question.
Thank you very much, Sergey, for question. It says clearly that if General Secretary is not satisfied with any proxy submitted, he or she shall refer the matter to the General Meeting, which shall decide on its validity as part of the initial business of the meeting. Does not mean that it's only discretion of the General Secretary, but it will be decided by the General Meeting itself at the first business of the agenda.
Yes. Are you satisfied with the response? Thank you very much. Right, so then we are proceeding with the third motion now. Please take your time to download, who have not yet had the possibility to do that. Yes, and we will be very careful with changing now. So after this, you are happy, and now you have had the possibility to download. Okay, so now we will put it on screen, and it will stay for the rest of the time. I know there are several. It's a little bit longer motion, but I will do my best to explain. It is also very, very technical and efficiency-orientated and clarity-orientated proposal. It basically changes one word with two words. There was a word, let's say, immediately, which is simply now changed with without delay. What is the reason? It simply allows for the required action to be taken with proper notices, proper announcement, without undue delay. The word immediately caused certain uncertainty. What is immediately? Like absolutely immediately, or what? As a lawyer, without delay is a clear legal term allowing the action being taken properly with proper notice, but without unnecessary hassle, unnecessary urgency, which causes mistakes and procedural breaches sometimes. So, Sergey, maybe you would like to add anything to this justification or explanation?
Thank you very much, Vice President. First, we're changing the article from 10 to 11, so to allocate the convocation in the convocation actually area. Second is when it says immediately, it's look like we need to hold immediately the general meeting right now. So, and there is a due process when we need to convene it with 4 months in advance as it described in the statutes. So this legal term, as Vice President just explained it, it's give us legal certainty of what exactly needs to be done without delay, meaning that the convening process should start without delay, but does not mean that we should hold actually extraordinary meeting immediately. Thank you.
Yes, so it's purely a technical fix for clarity. Are there any questions on this one? Seeing no hands raised, I hereby put for a vote the motion to amend the Articles 10 and 11 of the statutes in the proposed wording. Who is in favor? Thank you very much. I see overwhelming majority. Is anyone against this motion? I see no votes against. Is anyone abstaining? I see no abstentions. Therefore, the motion is carried with an overwhelming majority of those present voting for, no against, no abstentions. Thank you very much for efficient work. We are halfway through the motions on the articles. The fourth one, it is also, I would say, a technical motion for clarity and efficiency. Please take your time to download the motion number 4, those of you who want to do it. Thank you, and if we could put the motion now on the screen, the text. Again, it is longish, but the only change that we are proposing here is to put the Honorable General Secretary into the order of precedence for speaking at the general meetings. It is simply for the good governance. It lets the General Secretary to give procedural and technical guidance when that is needed. That is it. No other changes. So, dear delegates, are there any questions on this proposed motion? So there are seeing no hands raised, I hereby put for a vote the motion to change Article 11.3c in the wording proposed by the Presidium. Who is in favor? Thank you, delegates. I see an overwhelming majority. Is anyone voting against? I see none. Is anyone abstaining? I see none. Therefore, also this motion is carried by an overwhelming majority of those present voting in favor, none against, no abstentions. Great. We are now approaching the fifth of those, let's say, technical motions. And the fifth motion, please, again, take your time to download from the QR code the text of the motion. Now, if we could put the actual wording of the motion, and I will again explain what it does. It removes this term of ordinary mail in terms of the minutes distribution, allowing them to be circulated electronically. Why it is efficiency orientated? Because it brings minutes into the line with how we already distribute the convocation notices of the general meeting, the ballot results, etc. it simply removes an, let's say, administrative and bureaucratical burden, which was not a burden many years ago, but now the electronic means of communication allow us to be more efficient. Times change, and we change with the times. So that is the idea of this motion. Are there any questions that are in respect to this motion? Seeing none, I hereby put on a vote the motion to amend Article 11.7 of the WDSF statutes regarding the minutes distribution. Who is in favor of the motion? I see an overwhelming majority. Thank you. Is there anyone voting against? I don't see anyone voting against. Is there any abstention? I don't see any abstention. Therefore, also this fifth motion is carried with an obvious or overwhelming majority, no against, no abstentions. We have just two motions on the articles or statutes change left, and therefore I request that you again take your time. Can we have a QR code on the screen to download the sixth motion? Please take your time. And if we now can put the wording, I will again explain. This is even not changing like anything on the substance. It is simply to sharpen the text for more clarity, for more understandability. This restructures the eligibility and disqualification criteria into a clear list. So the disqualification grounds are separated from the procedural conditions for election. And that is just good governance orientated amendment and sharpening the understanding of the clause. No changes on the substance. Only clarity is improved. Are there any questions on this motion? Seeing none, I therefore request the General Meeting to vote on the changes of Article 13.8 bis regarding the clarification of the criteria for eligibility for the Presidium. Who is in favor of this motion? Thank you, delegates. I see an overwhelming. I see none against. Is there anyone abstaining? I don't see anyone abstaining. Therefore, also this sixth motion of the sharpening nature is being approved with overwhelming majority. Now we move to the last, in my opinion, most substantive, but also at the same time, efficiency, clarity, and legal certainty orientated motion, which it is proposed to completely replace Article 21 with Article 21 in a new wording, introducing a principle of clarity. As I just mentioned, I like this example of this shelf, where our statutes, our codes, our decisions, our operating policies are all mentioned, the ones who are effective. They are put in a proper precedence of legal force. They are also put into a proper attribution. Who adopts the rule can also change the rule. the institution-to-institution, body-to-body attribution. So it allocates the authority correctly. And it also brings more, I would say, efficiency in a way that, and that is very important, if you are participating in WDSF activities, if the athletes, if the coaches, if the adjudicators, the organizers, you know, all key stakeholders, by participating in WDSF activities, the general assumption is that the rules, regulations, and procedures apply to us without individual forms of consent, some kind of, you know, additional procedures to submit, to sign, you know, all of that. That is so important for efficient, law-abiding, and well-governed federation. Again, this motion, it does not introduce a new law. It does not introduce a new article, a new statute. Yes, it mentions this legal framework. It mentions this document, which puts it all together. We very much need it. It is a timely introduction. It was a due already for several years. We have discussed it with the previous Vice President for Legal Affairs, etc., that our rules, there are so many now. They are all across the place, and this is an attempt to put them all together in the correct precedence, simply to have a soft law handbook, which you can open, take a look, read, and understand. So that is the nature of this proposal, to have a reference handbook for you, dear member organizations, dear delegates, dear officers, dear officials, coaches, adjudicators, trainers, athletes, so that you understand our legal framework a bit better. By this, we also want to be a federation which sets the tone, which sets an example, and which sets the precedence for other federations. They are all coping with the same problem of over-regulation, of unclear legal rules, sometimes of conflicting rules. This is the attempt to do, let's say, it will be a big work, and the Presidium will oversee it. There will be Commission's involvement, MC involvement, General Secretary involvement. Everyone will contribute to it. It will be put for a Presidium approval, and thus will be this legal handbook. So, dear delegates, yes, this was the most important, well, all of them are important, but this is the most, I would say, structural, not even structural, but reform to facilitate clarity, all from those proposed at this AGM. Are there any questions from the delegates on this proposal? So seeing no hands raised, I hereby put for a vote also the motion on the WDSF articles and its Article 21 to replace the current article in the wording proposed by the Presidium. Can I ask the delegates to vote? Who is in favor of this motion? Thank you. I see an overwhelming majority. Who is against this motion? I see none. Who is abstaining? I see none. And therefore, with great gratification and great respect, I am pleased to announce that also this motion has been carried by overwhelming majority, no one against. It is clearly yet another step into the right direction. And with this, with confidence, but also with relief, Mr. President, I hereby report that all items on the statutes changes have been reviewed and accepted, and hereby hand over the meeting chairmanship to you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Maurice, and thank you, delegates, for your trust and support for the Presidium's work. Now, I would like to invite WDSF First Vice President and Vice President for Sports, Mr. Nenad Jeftic, to chair items 38.8 to item 38.21 of the agenda, which concerns the WDSF competition rules. But I know this is going to be a long process, but we will still keep to the time to stop at 1 p.m. for lunch. Yes? So thank you, and Nenad, please.
Thank you, Mr. President. Dear delegates, dear guests, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. So we are proceeding with the Presidium motion number 8. This is the item 38.8. And this amendment of the competition rules replaced the term teacher-student with pro-am in the competition rules in order to provide a more intuitive description of activity and with the terminology already used across WDSF regulations and activities. The term division is also removed in accordance with the previous AGM decisions. These amendments enhance clarity, consistency, and alignment with WDSF terminology. So, as you already practiced this to scan the QR code, so I hope that you did, and I think that this motion is quite clear. Are there any questions or discussion? Yes, Natasha?
Natasha Ambrosch from Slovenia. Just a clarification. The term pro, does it apply only to the members of the professional division?
Yes, this is the intention to implement.
Well, then you're going to kill the discipline because the majority of dancers who now compete in that are not in professional division.
Yes, we are fully aware, and one of the moves from our side in order to motivate athletes to turn to the professional division is also this. At the moment, we still did not regulate that, but this is just to change this pro teacher-student, because so far, as far as I know, for more than 10 years, we didn't have even one teacher-student event, and there is pro-am events. It's very well known, because teacher-student, if you think about that, what it really means, do not give us a chance that we have these competitions like Pro-Am. And definitely the intention is that in the near future, all those athletes who wish to compete in a Pro-Am category actually should be a professional athlete.
But you are aware that the so-called amateurs, we call them adults, are actually teaching.
Yeah, well, this is not related to the teaching. It's related, are you a professional athlete or you amateur athlete?
Then you have to make it clear in the rule that that applies to the professional division. Because it's just a change of name, you have to make it very clear, specifically.
Yeah, but this is just one of the things so far. We just start with this terminology, and we already working on that to implement. So definitely we cannot apply this just like that. It's clear. But so far there were no specific rule, and in the beginning we're going to just change this now, and we're going to try to educate and explain to the athletes. The idea is definitely that we motivate athletes to go to professional division.
Sorry, but the rule has to be clear. If there is a rule, it has to be very clear who it applies to. Not we just changing the name and later we're going to explain who it applies to.
We're going to definitely implement the rule.
You are not heard currently because the live stream cannot take your words. So just for those who are following our AGM online, please just try to use microphone.
Take this into consideration. Yeah, I can accept comment of delegate from Slovenia, Natasha Ambrož, and we're going to definitely clarify that, and we're going to try to do this maybe even during this session. So, but anyway, this article and amendment, proposed amendment anyway, should stay, and we think that this is first step that we should also do now. Are there any other discussion or questions? Okay, now then I can call for a vote. Who is in favor to amend? Who is in favor for this motion? Thank you. Who is against? Thank you. Abstain? Okay. So we can conclude that the well majority, the motion is passed. Presidium motion number 9. Item 38.9. You can scan this QR code. Just 1 second. Did you have time to scan? So this motion is amendments strengthening integrity, clarity, and consistency in national representation by introducing a unified passport-based eligibility framework. They establish clear nationality requirements, modernize rules and changes of representation across all competition formats, and align WDSF regulations with Olympic Charter principles. Overall, they enhance legal certainty, transparency, and fairness while supporting consistent and internationally aligned governance. So you have this motion. I hope that you check this motion by the QR code. And I'm opening the discussion. Are there any questions? Yes, Mr. Wolfgang Elias.
Wolfgang Elias, representing Austria. Good afternoon, everyone. For clarity and transparency, I suggest an amendment to the point 2.7.7. It's regarding the 50% rule, meaning that 50% of the team members must hold the valid and subsisting passport of the country they represent. I think it is necessary to make clear that this is meant of the really competing athletes, not of those which are put into the CRS system of WDSF, because there you can, e.g. for standard and let information, put in 20 people, but competing only 8 couples, 16. So there could be a different deviation from the 50%. So I think it makes sense to amend the rule 2.7 like follows. It should read: in small teams, big teams, mega teams, and formation teams, at least 50% of the total competing team athletes present on the floor must hold the valid and subsisting passport of the country represented. So this makes clear that really the 50% is met on the competing athletes, and not only which is given in the database.
Wolfgang, could you please stay? Yes. So, dear delegates, we discussed about this possible amendment. And we absolutely agreed with the proposed amendment to add this. So could you please repeat your proposal so that we can record this one more time?
Okay. So 2.7.7 should read, in small teams, big teams, mega teams, information teams, at least 50%, brackets 50% of the total competing, that's the first amendment, the word competing, team athletes, and next one amendment is present on the floor must hold a valid and subsisting passport of the country represented.
Okay, thank you very much. I would just ask you one more second to stay. So I would repeat, so what really practically that means. We propose that the 50% of the members of the team must have a passport of representing country. So meaning there are the substitution on the teams and so on. So that is in this way what we proposed. There are theoretically possibilities that majority of the couples who are dancing on the floor actually have other passports. It's not 50%. So because there are some substitutes, so for example, we have 10 couples in formation and then 8 couples on the floor. And then it's possible that the substitute don't have a passport, and then we at the floor have less than 50% of the representing country. In this way, this motion and this amendment of the motion clarify that, so that at least 50% of the couples who are at the floor competing must have a valid passport of representing country. So we are in favor to accept this amendment. So are there any other discussion? Yes? Could you please come?
Well, yes, good afternoon. Representing the Netherlands. I was wondering on 2.1 if you have some examples of competitions not authorized by the WDSF or the national member body, because this seems very a very broad description.
Actually, this is existing rule. This is not a new rule. This is rule. I will just, if you give me a second, I will provide you exactly which rule is this at the existing competition rules. Yes, this is the rule B2, 2.1. Yes. Athletes, couples, formation teams, and all other sports of competitors may not participate in competitions which have not been previously approved in writing by the WDSF or WDSF member federation, or for which authorization to compete has not been granted by the Presidium. So this is already probably more than 10 years the rule. So what we propose now to just clean the text and change a little bit. So that is the amendment what we put, and also because it was just athletes and couples, we here add duos and trios, because this is the new disciplines what we have, and this is the basically changes. So the meaning, fundamentally meaning of the existing competition rules are not changing at all.
Okay, but how does this affect some local festival in which a WDSF athlete is competing? Then it's not allowed anymore to compete in a WDSF competition if it's not granted by a national member body or anything?
But this is another question. So here it's clearly written that if the athletes should not compete on the events which are not previously approved by the Presidium or by the WDSF national member body. So if the national member body do not approve the participation on the certain competition, it's up to the national member body, are they going to take some actions against those or not?
Okay. Okay. And I have one proposal for Article 2.83, because in Articles 281 and 282, there is written that you can represent for another country, and in 283 it says any country. And our proposal is to replace it also with another country. So it should read, an athlete who has represented a country in any world or continental championship or cup conducted under a different dance sport system shall not be permitted to represent another country in the following competitions.
So could you please be so kind just to repeat that I can follow?
No.
I think talking 2.1, 2.8.1?
No, 2.8.3. In the last sentence, it says to represent any country. And our proposal is to replace it with any other country or another country. And that will be in accordance with 281 and 282.
So, 2.83. So it's a 2.8.3.
Yes.
I cannot find this. No, but I cannot find this. So, yeah, but it's here. But it should be here.
No, it's impossible to put everything there. So this is 8.3, okay?
Yes.
8.3, and he said that at the end of the article, no, but it's 8.2, one second. It's 8.3, he said at the end of the article, any, but there is no any at the end of the article. Any permission granted by the relevant WSF body shall be subject to this waiting period.
So what we should put any?
No, that's he need to clarify.
So may I ask you just one more time to repeat so that we try to understand a little bit better?
Now it states that if you participate, or if you represented the country in any of the given competitions, you shall not be permitted to represent any country in World Continental Championships. And our proposal is to replace any with another country.
I think this is a misunderstanding of the rule.
So I cannot find this.
No, because we don't know what part he refers to. I think he's reading something else.
No, I'm sorry, I cannot find in this in our proposal this what you're reading. So can we?
It's on the screen, but maybe we can discuss it later and come back to it.
You said at the end of the rule. It's not at the end of the rule. You can discuss, yeah.
If he already changed it, he cannot represent any country.
So I am lost. So Duarte, could you please just comment because, yes.
Dear colleague, I think that
what your idea is to keep the naming in accordance to the previous points of this, this rule. Yeah. But in this case, specifically, I don't think it is correct to change it to another country, in the sense that we might have an athlete or a couple that represents one country in a different organization. Mm-hmm. And that couple or that athlete is not allowed to represent either that country, the same country, or any other country in these events. So if we put another country, this means that if a couple represents Portugal in another organization and wants to represent Portugal in these events of WDSF, it would be allowed, yes. But the idea is not to allow.
And our idea is to change it and just exactly to allow it.
Okay.
To be possible to change in DanceSport systems.
Okay.
So
okay, clear.
We understand each other clearly. But
No, thank you very much. And also, I have been confused because you mentioned it is the last part, so you go completely at the end of the motion, and I was trying, I could not find it. Sorry. Now I understand in which part is that. And I absolutely agree with the comment of the colleague from Portugal. So this is the point, and this is already existing rule, that the athlete actually cannot, this is not the new rule, it's just rearranged. And our proposal is that it remains same, that there is no possibilities, they can just change the country just like that.
Okay.
Thank you. Mr. Heinz Becker.
I want to come back to the 50% rule, and we must make a clarification. I'm in favor for the 50% because 50% we have also concerning our couples. Couples, one of two persons must have the passport to participate in our championships. And we shall clearly say informations, this 50% refers to the championships. Or shall this be for all formation competitions outside the championships? Is it only for participation in WDSF championships? 50% on the dance floor must have the passport. There are not many other competitions outside our championships, but we have some. For example, there's a big competition always in Austria.
Well, we refer to the championships because
yes.
When we're talking about the passport regulations for our couples, we have couples who do not have a passport. They represent the countries on the WDSF Open competitions, while we have regulations of participation of the couples on the championships. So this proposal remain only for the championships.
Yes, and make it clear in the rules that this refers to championships and cups and so on, and not to open competitions, for example.
Yeah.
And we have this rule also for our normal couples. One of the partners must have the passport.
Yeah, this is clarified in the beginning because this is a passport requirement for the title events. So the title events, we also have a clarification. We propose the amendment that we clarify what is a title event. So thank you for your clarification. And this is already there because this is a passport requirement for the title events, and then we have a 50%. So it's already related to that, and it's clarified. Well, just one moment. We have again, I think that from Croatia. Yes, please.
Okay, I have several questions in regard to the Rule 283. So if you could show it on the screen, please. Can we have a Rule 283? Okay.
Preparing.
Okay, so in regard to this rule, I would like to know when we say different dance sport systems, which dance sport systems, namely, do you mean with this rule? Could you name dance sport systems that this rule is connected to? So this is my first question.
First of all, this is already existing regulations, so there is no new rules regarding that, the right of representing the country. And any other different dance sport system, if you want to name any other of them, there are many of them.
Okay.
So any other than WDSF.
Okay, my second question is, how do you see this rule in regard to breaking, for example? Because in some disciplines, breaking namely, we do not have a sufficiently developed competition system. So...
Yeah, well, just for your information, we have a special operating policy which regulates the rules and regulations for the breaking. So this is not the rules and regulations which are related to the breaking.
Okay, so this applies only to?
All other disciplines except for the breaking.
Okay. So
Also,
this
please
applies
note-
also to stage dances?
Please know that there is no other organization in breaking that would govern that on the scale we do, and there is no official championship. There are some organizers that may call that, but there is no system behind. Therefore, the nature of discipline is quite different, and this rule is actually consistent in our own rules when an athlete change from one country to another. So, and if changes from one system to another, because you probably saw in many cases when an athlete compete in one system, then next week in another one, and then return, and the legitimacy of the title is under question mark.
I agree this is a potential problem, but yes, I think, okay, so this would apply only to ballroom, Latin, and stage dances.
Not only
Do
stage.
I understand correctly?
Yes, yes.
Okay,
All the
because,
disciplines, other
okay.
disciplines.
Because in breaking also there are competitions that, yeah, okay. And my another question is, who will monitor this? Who monitors this? Are the national federations expected to be the ones to monitor this?
Well, WDSF is in charge and obliged to make like implementation of the rules. But however, this is not a responsibility only for the WDSF. It's also responsibility of all national member bodies. So we don't have a special inspectors who is just going around and just watching all of that. However, as soon as something arrives to our knowledge, and we're gonna apply the rules and regulations. But this is also expected that it's done by the national member bodies. On the other hand, I would like just to comment, all of these rules are not created that we're gonna change somebody and create a problem for somebody. All of these rules and proposal of all the rules is to secure our system and to give us possibilities to protect our system. These rules are not there so that we or any national member body or any person became malicious and started running and tried to create a problem for some athletes or some couples. These rules are particularly created in order to protect competition system and to secure possibilities for national member bodies to secure the national competition system. So this is the intention, this is the idea, and that's what we are doing. That's what we are trying to do. Again, this is not a new rule. This is just a little bit rewrite it and rearrange according to all other changes and proposals of the changes in the competition rules.
Nena, just a last question. Maybe I'm not aware. Do we have any in place, any restrictions, any punishment maybe is not the right word, but do we have anything if this happens? Like if it happens that this rule is breached, do we have, what's next? What then?
Yes, then we're going to proceed with possible sanctions, a decision or a ban for the competition or something, but this is up to the Presidium. Okay. There is no one person who will decide about anything like that.
Do we have anything in the rules, or it's specifically in the rules that I missed, maybe?
I think the General Secretary will answer to you.
Yep. Thank you very much for the question, because as you mentioned, there are two approaches to enforce the rules. First is proactive approach, and second is provide legal certainty. Often we are reached by national member bodies, like for example, recently we were reached by a national member body from north of Europe asking for help because something like that happened. A couple who actually is a part of their federation participate in another dance sport system, and they were extremely upset, and they asked us what they can do. And these type of rules provide legal certainty and provide us a possibility to act and to support the national member body. This is one. And second, when the breach already happened, we have an internal dispute resolution code that governs not only the procedure and process, how that is done, because of course in a modern jurisdiction we need to provide a right to be heard, we need to gather all proofs and build a case, and to provide all legal certainties to ensure that actually we're running a due process. And also internal dispute resolution code provides for a number of sanctions, which is already written there. I call it a menu of sanctions that it should be selected proportionally. And as Nenad mentioned, that depending on the body who will be investigating that, then the decision or the proposal for sanction is moved to the Presidium, and Presidium is the responsible body to adopt or not such a proposal. And then there is a conduct for appeal, and I mean, this is quite legal. Maybe Maris can elaborate together with you during the lunch break.
To go into detail. Yeah, not now. Just.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Sergei Militia, yes, I know, but your second time. No, Sergei Militia, you come. Yeah. Then we go Alexander Makarov, then the Netherlands again, because you have been already, so that's we give priorities.
I have one question about 2.7.4, solo competition. Solo dancers, I witness now in a lot of Europe countries, a lot of sport tourism, you can say it. Solo dancers moved, different political situation in Europe now, very difficult, and it is a lot of dancers compete in Spain, Germany, and etc. They have probably the passport not from these countries, and in this case we cannot allow them to compete on official competition. Solo competition, world championship, they are opened, they are not closed. So it is restricted these dancers actually to compete there. I don't know if it is good. And it is also look a bit unfair in sense of like couples, it is a 50-50%, teams 50-50%, but solo it is 100% in this case. Maybe it will be a point to have, let's say, if they have a permission to stay in this country, and they can represent, let's say, go into some world championships, which is actually opened. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your comment. Is that a motion to amend, or is it just a comment that we consider this?
This usually happens near lunchtime.
No, it's a break.
I think it is need to be changed. It must to hold a valid and subsisting passport to permission to stay in that country.
So your proposal is actually that the solo athletes, it's not necessary they have a passport, so they can have like a residence permit. Is it?
Yeah.
What is your proposal? A residence permit or permanent residence permit? It's not the same. It's completely different.
I think it will be enough resident permit, right?
Resident permit. Well,
to be reminded that athletes will stand behind their national anthem, and this is the core issue when we're going to the Olympic movement into the games. And if we want to project ourselves as a serious sport, we need to take this into consideration. Often we will see somebody who, let's say, just living in a country for 2 months and will represent an entire country with respective anthem and flag, and that could misrepresent the entire structure. We need to consider that. I'm not saying that we should not consider, but
if the solo dancer a member of national body of that country, I think they also has kind of agreement what they represent this country, right?
If I may just to comment this, so the rule about the passport is actually to protect the national member bodies. And also that we have to understand that many national federations have as an issue, and I'm familiar with a few, that on the national championship cannot be foreigners. They must have a passport so to participate on the national championship. On the other hand, if we consider the number of the athletes who possess a passport and represent their country, and the number of the athletes who don't have a passport and just trying to present another country, it's significantly smaller. On the other hand, we believe that in best governance and to be consistent in the principles, passport in a solo athletes representation should be there, and we cannot compare this with this rule and about the formations, about the teams, or about the couples. So
sure, because we have open competition and closed world championships. Yeah. So, and of course, if it is we create a world championship for solo, which will be closed, so has a qualification. I guess it should be possess the national passport. Yeah. But if it is open, I don't know.
Yeah, it is open championship also for under 21 or for seniors, but they still must have one at least. Must have a passport.
All right.
So. That's, I think that Presidium remains to its proposal. So if you want to give a proposal to amend this, Presidium will we give our opinion, but definitely we're going to give possibilities to delegates to make decision. So you just please make your mind and tell us you have real proposal to amend this 2.7.4.
I think we should amend this, yeah. To vote.
Okay, then we will need to vote separately for these things. Okay, so your proposal is, can you please repeat?
So in solo categories, the athlete must hold a permission, a resident permission for stay in the country.
So
He,
let's
she
say I will
represent.
rephrase you. In solo categories, the athlete must hold a valid residence permission of the country he/she represents.
Yes.
You're satisfied with this formulation?
Yeah.
Okay, this is amendment of delegate for Bosnia and Herzegovina, Sergei Milicia, and we're gonna. So I just want to consult with our legal vice president, Mr. Maris. So should we just write that and go one by one to vote, or we should vote right now?
I think we do it after lunch.
Yes.
Should
we will. I think the most economical proposal was go to lunch.
Okay, then we will clarify this, and but
you will
when
clarify this.
When we finish with the discussion and before voting, we're gonna proceed then as a president and vice president for legal affairs propose lunch. So the next is Alexander Makarov from Estonia, and then we come back to Netherlands. And after that is a break.
Alexander Makarov from Estonia. So regarding the rule 283, I fully understand what we would like to do is to protect the member bodies that if the couples decide to jump back and forth from federation to federation. I think if you have or had the WDSF license and then competed on these other federation events, then this ban should be the same like is written for any country. If, for example, the couple was in the system of other federation, they would like to switch to our federation, but they never were the members of our federation, then we don't need a ban. Because can be the situation where the couples actually want to come from another system. Why we should ban them?
No, I would like to comment this. So at the beginning of the point 2.8.3, an athlete who has represented a country, so meaning this is the athlete, WDSF athlete who represent the country. It's referred to the athletes who are already registered in WD system with the WDSF ID card and so on. So this article is related to those athletes.
That's fine. For me, was the question if the athlete or dancer, whatever we call it, will come from other federation or other system to our federation.
We don't have any provisions for that to just regulate it because they have not been, they did not violate our rules because they have never been the member of the WDSF.
Clear. Then we support. Thank you.
Thank you. And one more delegate, a delegate from Netherlands again.
Yes, Erik Victory from Dutch Federation again, sorry. But we were reading back the text which is revised by the new article. And there it says in 2.2.3, I don't know if we have the text, if we can have
2.2.3.
the former text 2.2.3, and it's page
This is in the rule D.
No,
in,
it's on
in competition rules.
It's on page 6 of this motion.
Okay.
There's the former 2.2.3. It concerns participating in another dance sport system, and it says, is not permitted to represent any other country. So if we now vote for the text any country, it is a change in content. So that's my only point.
So you're referring the old text, what we are proposing to change, and you're coming back to this existing rule. It is the rule D223. Correct?
Yes.
So all of that is related for the athletes who register in WDSF system. That's the first comment. So like you said, a competitor who has represented one country in any WDSF championship or any WDSF Cup or any World Championship or Cup in a different sport system is not permitted to represent any other country in any WDSF World or Continental Championship, any Cup, and so on and so on and so on.
Mm-hmm.
So what is our proposal, what we proposed? Let me come back to this, to read. An athlete who has represented a country in any World or Continental Championship or Cup conducted under the different dance sport system shall not be permitted to represent any country in.
Yeah, so in the proposal we lost the word other, and that's our point.
Any other country.
Yes. The old text says any other country, so you're allowed to participate in the World Championship for another dance sport system, but for the same country in the WDSF World Championship. And in the revised text, it loses the other, so it disqualifies anybody who represented any country in another dance sport system to participate in any way in a World Championship or some competition.
Yeah, well, I understand what we clarified. So, but I think also that similar answer you got from the colleagues from Portugal. I would like to say. So you mean if one couple from Netherlands, for example, participate in other dance sport system, and they want to participate to represent the Netherlands in the WDSF system, this is actually something what. If you propose that would be possible. The point is that we protect our system.
Yeah, but in the old text it is allowed, and in the new text it isn't. So
yeah,
that's the only point.
Yeah, you have a point.
So the situation can be that a couple participated last week in another system and represent Netherlands, and this week they participate in WDSF title event. We're speaking a world champion and world championship. We need to agree if this is acceptable for the system.
Yes.
Because maybe the fact that is rearranged in different way should be more superficial than the fact that what we're legislating right now. If this is acceptable for delegates and for the countries, that should be assessed carefully, and we need to have a very clear path. Otherwise, we will end up in such situations, and we will need to proceed forward, or because this word could mean, as I said, that these type of situations.
No, the intention is all clear, and we understand. But there is a difference in content from the old text and new text, and we have couples competing in both, in different dance sport systems. So it could influence their career choices and maybe even the dance sport system they eventually choose, and that will be, in our opinion, a pity if we alienate our couples because of this small change in one word.
Okay, thank you very much. So if I can conclude this discussion, so your proposal to amend the motion and to add any other. This is not just any.
Yeah, and in 281 and 282 it says another, and only in 283 it says any country. So the proposal is to replace any country with another country, just according to 281 and 282.
No, your proposal to another, not to put this any other.
Or any other. Well, English is not my
Okay.
native language.
No, I just
so
want to clarify to be sure what we will write. Okay. So can you please clarify one more time so that we take a note exactly how you want that it sound this part of the.
If we just add the word other, as it was in the text that is now deleted,
clear,
then it would be fine for us.
Okay.
Thank you.
So this is referred to the item 2.8.3. Okay. Thank you. Okay, one more delegate. It's from UK.
I'll be very brief. It's just a quick question to a colleague from Netherlands. Any country signifies not any particular country. Another country means another country different from country that they represented. So in this case, any is a broader word, which actually means not from this country, not from the same country, not from another country. And other means, for example, if somebody participated in one country, then in other they can. So in any means not for this, not for another country. So any is a better word to use, basically.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, thank you. Since the President suggested and insists that we have a lunch break now, we're going to take all these notes and we're going to proceed. Actually, I will give the chairing back to the President to conclude this part.
Delegates, we will now proceed to lunch, and please return latest by 2:15. We will start the meeting at 2:15. Thank you. Welcome back, delegates. I hope you had a good lunch. And now we will continue with the annual general meeting. I will once again hand the meeting to our Vice President for Sports, Mr. Nenad Yeftik.
Thank you, Mr. President. Okay, after the discussion and all these comments, we have, actually we discussed about the item 2.7.4, which was related to the solo athletes and possibilities to have option to represent the country with the residence permit. The delegate from Bosnia and Herzegovina withdrew his motion, so we will not go with this separately to amend the motion. When we're talking about the point 2.7.7, what we have a amendment proposed by the delegate from Austria, Presidium, and we agree that we amend this motion. So in that sense, since we have another discussion about the point 2.8.3, where we have a proposal from the Netherlands to amend the motion, we will now proceed to separate voting only for point 2.7.7. Actually, we can include that as a total motion at the end, but before that we will need to address to the point 2.8.3, which Presidium remains with our proposal of the motion. So we have another proposal from the Netherlands, so we will have to actually vote about these possibilities. Are you gonna support Presidium motion, or you will support changes in the motion from the Netherlands, actually amendment of the motion from the Netherlands. So in that sense, we're proceeding to vote on the Presidium proposal of the motion, the part of the motion, the item 2.8.3, as it is. So that means there is remain any country. So who is in favor for the Presidium motion as it is? So it looks is a vast majority, however. Thank you very much. Who is in favor of the amendment of the motion of the, I don't know if it's necessary to vote about that, Mr. Yes. No, okay, I'm sorry. Sorry, my procedural mistakes. So who is against of the Presidium motion? No. Okay, we see 3. Okay, abstain. So there is only 3 votes against the Presidium motion. Mr. Vice President for Legal Affairs, do you need to continue to with the other amendment?
The Presidium's motion is carried basically, unless you would like the meeting to vote also on the Netherlands motion, and in case. In the unlikely case, if it is also supported, then we will need to have scrutineers, vote counters, to count each and every vote. You know, that is in my opinion, not necessary, but that would give absolute and full respect to Netherlands, whose motion would also be put on test.
Okay, it's actually not what I would like. It's actually what we should do. So let's go like this in order to give a full recognition and respect to the delegates from the national member body of Netherlands. We're going to present this motion also for voting. Who is in favor for proposal of the Netherlands with amendment motion that reads in any other country? 2, 4, 6. Okay. Who is against? Okay. Thank you very much. I can conclude that the Presidium motion carried out with majority, clear majority. Any abstentions? Sorry. No abstentions. Okay. Thank you very much. Since there are no any other item inside the motion 9 has been discussed, we proceed now with the motion, the voting process on the Presidium motion number 9. Who is in favor? Thank you. Against? 3, 4, 5. Abstained? So we conclude that the Presidium motion number 9 is passed. We proceed with the motion 10. Okay, you can download with the QR code. You can download the motion. Okay, so the Presidium motion number 10, it's this amend introduces a clear, fair, and transparent pathway for athletes transitioning from professional dance sport to amateur, meaning adult, addressing a current gap in the WDSF competition rules. It's established a structured process and proportionate waiting period, ensuring consistency with existing eligibility rules with safeguarding competition integrity and preventing abuse of athlete status. The amendment also clarified the roles of WDSF bodies in the transfer process, enhancing legal certainty, governance transparency, and the orderly management of transition between divisions. meaning this motion is motivated by requests from the certain national member bodies and countries to transfer from the professional back to amateur. And then they, after one competition, one weekend, they wanted to go back to professionals. And we then realized that in our rules it's not clarified at all. That is the motivation why we put this in as a proposal, because this topic and this situation was not treated at all in our competition rules. So are there any discussions, questions? I have not seen any hands, so let's proceed with the voting. Who is in favor of the Presidium motion number 10? Thank you. Anybody against? Thank you. Abstaining? Thank you very much. Motion number 10 passed. We proceed with the motion number 11. So, you have this QR code for those who want to remind themselves about the motion number 11. This is Presidium motion to amend the WDSF competition rules by removing all provisions relating to the competition numbers and transferring them to the dedicated competition number regulation. So just simply to make it more easy to navigate and to work and understand all these rules and regulations. So are there any discussions? No, I have no sense. Let's proceed with the voting. So who is in favor? Thank you. Against? No one. And any abstaining? No, thank you very much. Concluded the motion 11 pass. We proceed with the motion 12. So again, we have a QR code. It's related to the dress regulations. So Presidium motion to amend the WDSF competition rules by transferring all provisions relating to the dress regulations into a dedicated dress regulations framework. It is a similar like for the numbers. So I have not seen any hands, so I'm calling for a voting. So who is in favor for the motion 12? Thank you very much. Is anyone against? Abstaining? Thank you very much. Motion 12 pass. We proceed with the motion 13. So can we have a QR code? So Presidium motion 13 is to amend the rule E5.2.1 of the WDSF competition rules to allow the appointment of additional invigilator based on the number of participating athletes, ensuring adequate supervision of the syllabus while maintaining the minimum requirements of one qualified invigilator. So I think that the explanation is quite clear. I'm just calling for discussion if there is anyone to want to ask. I have not seen any hands, so I'm calling for voting. Who is in favor of the motion 13? Thank you. Anybody against? Abstaining? Thank you very much. Motion 13 pass. Proceed with the motion 14. Sure, thank you. So, the motion 14 is to amend the rule E3 of the WDSF competition rules to update the prescribed tempo for rumba and paso doble aligning them with current musical practice and the competition standards. So in our rules, it's written 25, 27 bars per minute for rumba, which it's definitely situation that we play a little bit slower music, so more realistic is 24 to 26 bars, which is the same situation with the paso doble, and that's why we just trying to amend the competition rules. So are there any questions or discussions? No, so I'm calling for a vote. Who is in favor for Presidium Motion 14? Thank you very much. Anybody against? Abstaining? Thank you very much. Motion 14 pass. We proceed with the motion 15. QR code. So, motion 15, it's to amend the rule E3 of the WDSF competition rules to establish a maximum sound level of 90 decibel for all WDSF disciplines within a recommended target of approximately 85 decibel. So we had experienced and some health problems from some officials and the athletes because not adequate sound level and not adequate quality of sound. And very often DJs are just playing the music and how the day is going. In the beginning they play on the certain level, but they adjust themselves and they just put louder and louder and louder and louder. At the end, we all go out back to our rooms with the noise in our ears. Yesterday we listened about that from our suggestions and advice medical commission, and actually a headache. And recently, what is actually another motivation why we propose this motion? Recently, chairperson in one competition approached to DJ and tell him, listen, this is too loud, this is too much, you should put down. Also, this quality of sound, it's not good. He had a device, because today we have these applications for the phones and you can measure this very easy. And DJ continued to perform what he wanted. Chairperson approached to him second time and told him, listen, I told you, this is not acceptable, and so on and so on. And DJ stand up and left the competition because he was insulted. So, and also there are comments, it's not written there, you don't have right to tell me this. So that is the motivation, just that you also know that what is happening. Okay, so are there any questions or discussions? So I'm calling for a vote. Who is in favor of the proposed motion 15? Thank you. Anybody against? Abstaining? Thank you very much. Motion 15 pass. We proceed with the motion 16. The motion 15 is to amend the rule E.5.2 of the WDSF competition rules to clarify the definition and application of the WDS syllabus for juvenile age groups. In this motion, basically, we also had that every year Presidium should decide about the publication and circulation of the syllabus. So in that sense, we think that we should amend the motion, and that is our proposal. So are there any questions about that? Okay, I'm calling for a vote. Who is in favor of the Presidium motion number 16? Thank you. Who is against? Any abstaining? Thank you very much. Motion 16 pass. We proceed with the motion 17. QR code is there. So Presidium motion is to amend the rule X1 and X3 of the WDSF competition rules to clarify, define the role, responsibilities and qualifications of the WDSF technical examiners, including their authority in examinations and the criteria for obtaining a technical examiner's license. I think that is quite clear if you just have a look on that. That was the part that was not clearly defined in our regulations, and we're just trying to put it in rules that is everything clear. So are there any questions or discussion? No? Okay, I'm calling for a voting. Who is in favor of the motion 17? Thank you. Against? Abstaining? Thank you very much. Motion 17 pass. Proceed with the motion 18. So the reason for the motion 18 is proposed amendment clarifies and modernizes the language of Rule X2 while maintaining its original intent. It improves readability, simplifies structure, and organizes provisions more clearly, making the rule easier to interpret and apply consistently. So, are there any questions? Okay, I'm calling for voting. Who is in favor of the motion 18? Thank you. Anybody against? Abstaining? Thank you very much. Motion 18 pass. We proceed with the motion 19. Okay, so the reason for to present this motion is to clarify the adjudication requirements by specifying that at least 3 of the required competitions must be couple competitions, and by defining the applicable discipline. So meaning there is B license adjudicators, and there is requirement that is 5 events necessary to officiate, to judge as an experience, and then it's applicable candidate for A license. And we find out that there are adjudicators with the B license, they officiate only, for example, solo Latin, and that is a condition to get an A license. So we think it's not enough experienced, and that's why we propose this motion that at minimum, from these 5, minimum 3 must be competition in a couple, so that became eligible candidate for applying for A license. So, are there any questions? Okay, I'm calling for voting. I know it is good that you just apply the recommendation for medical commission. You know, they tell us that we have to exercise, so we're going very fast. You can exercise, yes, no. So please, who is in favor? Because you see that some delegates are tired and they are not putting the green cards. Thank you very much. Who is against? Any abstaining? Thank you. Motion 19 pass. Proceed with the motion 20. So, we have a QR code. So the reason is to introduction of an additional pathway for retired professional athletes to obtain a WDSFB adjudicator's license, recognize their high level of expertise and competitive experience. It enables them to transition into adjudication roles and contribute to the development of the sport. Of course, this is everything related to the agreement with the National Member Federation, and this is like also one of the topic which we are trying in order to motivate and stabilize the professional division. So, are there any questions? Yes, delegate from Slovenia, Natasha Ambrož.
So I see they are exempt from technical examination.
Only in the given discipline. So meaning, if they have results in the Latin, in that case, if they are these champions, if they are under criteria they qualified, then they are exempt from the technical examination for the given discipline for the Latin, but anyway, for the standard they should do.
But if they never done standard?
Sorry, if they didn't have done standard.
Because you only have B license as an option.
Yeah, but this is, we have an option we divided on the previous AGM, I don't remember last year or year before, so that they can, that we divide, so if they get a B license, they cannot have a B license for standard automatically.
It just says B license, but the other question is, so if a couple wins World Adult, but doesn't change to professional division, is then they're deemed less qualified than a couple who maybe was never an adult winner, but just changes to professional division where we know that the competition is not so strong, and they are suddenly deemed that they are professional enough to be exempt from the technical examination, but the adult champion not. They have to go through the regular procedure.
Well, it's a like legitimate question, and we can discuss about that and see what is in the best interest for the global competition system and the WDSF. Definitely, this is one of the part of the build, the, let's say, natural transition of the, and possibilities and motivation of the athletes to turn from amateur to professional. And that is a partly motivation to present this kind of the motion. And so far we are at the point that we present this. It doesn't mean that in the near future maybe we will not go with that the world champions in adult maybe can have the same privileges, but at the moment we are presenting this. Any other questions? No? Yes? Sergei Milicia from Bosnia and Herzegovina.
Just one question about is the professional dancer need to make it exam, technical exam of Latin and standard?
No, that's exactly what Natasha was asking. I just given this explanation. So for the given discipline, they are not doing, but for the other disciplines where they did not have a results, they have to do the technical examination. So meaning if you were champion in Latin, you have to do the technical examination for standard, plus all other examinations. So can we start 3 minutes?
No, I have another proposal to give the professional a C license. And if they would like to apply to the B, they will need to make a technical exam of books. That's
you meaning for the other discipline, which is not.
You know, like as a professional dancer in the past, I mean, I pass also all exams, and seems a little bit unfair. So you easily go into compete professionally. It doesn't actually qualify you be a good, let's say, judge or good teacher.
Well, that is true, but however, still, if you were the professional Latin in Latin and was a champion, and to complete your license, you have to go to technical organization for standard dances, and plus all other English knowledge, English comprehension test, the general knowledge test, AGS test. If you know when you need to prepare for the AGS test, actually you're going through the all informations in the books for Latin and standard. So basically, there is a lot of questions about Latin and standard. There are no requirements that you need to perform to show the certain steps on to dance certain choreographies. But as a professional athlete, as a champion, we just actually make it life more easy in that way. On the other hand, through the general knowledge test and the AGS test, they have to go through all other things. So in that way, we make this pathway a little bit more easier for those professional athletes.
I would like to say something.
Ana De Grande, in the meantime, President would like to address.
Ladies and gentlemen, I think we have to look at this also from another point of view. Our professional athletes at the moment, they are not developing the professional division. They are not developing as what we wanted, what we intended it to be. After many years, our open category, the amateur category, we have more and more athletes who do not wish to go into professional. They just stay there. And that stops many athletes from coming up. And the intention is not to force them to leave, but to encourage them with some incentive to move to the professional. And so we can build the professional division much better than before. Otherwise, you look at the current situation, our amateur competitions is more attractive for the organizer and also for the public. And it should be the other way around. So now we are trying to balance it a little bit more. So this is the intention, that we started with a little bit more incentive to recognize the finalists of the professional division.
On the other hand, just another comment. Anna, you can approach just while you are coming. I would just say that if you just realize, if you just acknowledge that and just say that all the top amateur athletes actually acting as a professionals, they're teaching, they're working, so, and we just create clear pathway, and as President said, to encourage them to just make this, and for the whole system, from the point of the whole system, we think that this is one of the possible motivation for them, which will be good for the, will be common good for the whole competition system. So, Anna?
I think we all agree that we would like to see more growth and encouragement for amateur dancers to turn to professional division. However, looking at the sentence here, additional pathway for retired professional athletes. So let's say somebody danced one competition as a professional and then retired, so which make them qualify.
No.
They are professional retired dancer. So, and there are some very low-level couples who participate in professional divisions who don't even practice, and you never see them in the competitions, but for example, they dance Blackpool. So they can claim themselves as a retired professional dancer and have this shortcut.
Well, obviously you did not go carefully, or you didn't have a chance to go carefully through the whole proposal. It is proposed for the champions or finalists of the World Championship.
That's another story.
And also we put the Super Grand Prix, but if it's minimum 20 couples there. So
also,
at the moment, like what the delegate from Slovenia, Natasha Ambrož, was mentioned. So if you have a case that a couple was a world champion in adult and turned to professionals and very, very fast became, after one competition, actually became world champion professionals. So actually we acknowledge these things. And it is not just, it is not enough to be recognized and be registered and participate in one professional competition. You should have results. And we think that the level of the couples who make the final or became a champion in professional division it's good enough so that we give these possibilities to them.
I agree with you completely, and I think it's a very good initiative. However, I think we should be very careful with the wording. We should think it through and maybe put a better proposal with all the wording very measured. How many competitions required, or how many years of experience as a professional dancer? Who that makes you eligible, or it puts you automatically on this pathway, basically. So this is my concern. And who is going to decide? Is it going to be decided by a national body that they wanted to put them as a, how to say, potential candidate for these pathways, or?
Yeah, I'm sorry. So there are proposed amendments, so there are clear criteria. I will briefly go through that since you asked, but at least 21 years old, competitive activity in accordance to WDSF rules, has been a finalist of the PD Grand Prix with at least 20 participating couples or the PD World Championship competition. So meaning finalists with minimum 20 couples, doesn't matter if it's championships, whatever, and is a holder of the highest national license with qualification to adjudicate the national championship. So WDSF will not go over the national member bodies. So if you are the world champion in Latin, in the professional division, it doesn't mean automatically that you will get a license of WDSF. First, you need to obtain the national license of the highest level, and then WDSF will accept your qualifications and your experience as a world champion after the 1 year qualification to adjudicate highest national competition. So meaning it's already 1 year with the highest national license, so in this way we also give possibilities and give a certain more power to the national member bodies to regulate it and also to motivate.
Okay, I just wanted to say that I'm familiar with a certain experience like this, that a national license were awarded, but the minimum of 5 years were required before adjudicating a national license, highest license, before the candidate would be submitted for WDSF license. So I just wanted to say this is a fantastic initiative. However, I think we can work it better to make it more clear that people don't just jump for one competition. 20 couples were present, they were in the final, so that makes them eligible for a license straight away. Even though it's up to delegates to decide, of course. So I just wanted to raise my concern. I think it's a little bit raw. It's not finished.
Thank you very much. We have delegate from Estonia, then delegate from France.
So there is two thoughts that I have. So, and I spoke to my colleagues many times that I think is unfair if we today are proud of our athletes, that they represent our country, and then tomorrow they have to start from zero. So inside the country, we did the rule that if you achieve the certain results, you can shortcut to the highest national license. From here, what I like, you can see that you don't have to wait 2 years with your national license. You have to wait 1 year, which is already, I think, a shortcut. However, I think cutting the book examination, the technical exam, is not the most correct. I can give you my example. When I was doing the exam of a technical book, I thought I do standard pretty well. What I learned to the examination, many things I didn't know. So as a dancer, you might know that you can do great. But I think the idea to cut the timeline, that you don't have to wait 10 years nationally to get the highest license, or to wait 2 years, is always welcome. But to take away the technical examination that was always the core for any license in the past, or probably in the future, I think is not the most correct. Thank you.
Thank you.
The core competence of technical examination is actually a performance, plus the knowledge, of course. And I would like to remind to the delegates that there are more conditions that candidates for such license will need to comply. Has adjudicator at least 3 national competitions with a minimum of 2 weeks between each of them. That ensures the necessary experience. from the candidate to become an applicant of the WDSF license. In addition to that, has attended one WDSF Adjudicator Congress, has passed the WDSF General Knowledge Test and the WDSF English Comprehension Test, and of course all of that in a given discipline. This is quite regulated conduct. We look very much in what we have for the regular conduct of the licenses, trying to easing in that, but with the necessary safeguards, so to ensure that the minimum knowledge and minimum eligibility criteria are there, at the same time supporting those who has excellence, who have enough knowledge, because colleagues in academy on a daily basis, they see the average level, and what we saw that some of our professional athletes deserve to go through such a process, and we imagine a number of athletes with a specific name to understand what we are regulating, and that would be more than fair. Thank you.
I'd like to say something.
Yes. President Shawn?
The qualification system always applies in two ways. That means we always observe and respect the level of qualification at national level. So you can see the rules will not overstep the national member body. But on the other hand, we also need all national body to have certain control, certain system of education and qualification for their national license. And if you don't do it at national level, and it will be difficult for us as well. And on the other hand, if you make it too difficult at national level, and we can also lose athletes in the system. For example, if they are very experienced in get very good results in world championships and all related events, when they turn professional, when they retire, they want to be a judge. Some national license systems are making it extremely difficult for them. And this is also another area we hope you will look into, and not just what is best for you in the country, but also best for the entire federation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Okay, Natasha Ambrose. But please, delegates, we are not checking, are you talking on the certain topics once or twice? In general, everyone should speak once. So just in case. I know that you didn't mention this.
I'll be very short. Is this, if this gets accepted, is it from now on, or is it retrospective in the sense that it goes also for the previous finalists before this rule was accepted?
Well, there is no possibility of retroactive application, because the application only can be done from the moment of approval, and legally, usually in the best practices in legal environment, retroactive application is not seen very well, and definitely not in the WSF context.
No, but how is that fair? Somebody who was a champion in the last championships, so then is not eligible, the champion of the next championship is?
Well, I think this is very legitimate, good questions. I think that we should consult this with the legal department a little bit more about the implementation. My opinion is that we should consider results as it is. And I would like to add here what is actually motivation. Motivation is to do the best possible thing for the system. We were brainstorming this fully aware that some of us invest so much time to study, to learn, and take many years to get, and some of you, to get a license. Then suddenly we come to this moment that some of these athletes has like more easy way. Fully aware of that, fully aware of different interests. However, what President Shawn also emphasized, all of these individuals, they have to get the national license first in order they have a possibilities to get this privileged status according to their achievement as an athlete. So on the other hand, we are doing and brainstorming everything to try to develop this professional division and try to find a way, in the best possible way, to secure the traffic of the athletes, because we have a group of athletes who have a lot of years, and it is so difficult to make improvement and the results for the younger generation which are coming. The finalists are professionals already a long time ago, and they have not been motivated. There were not proper development of the professional division. What we are trying to develop the professional division, and this is the one of measures and proposals what we are trying to do. So, however, there are no hard feelings, there are no any kind of the pressure. This is our proposal, this is what we have been thinking, fully aware there is pros and cons, and we think that this should be solution at the moment. However, at the next AGM, there could be amendment of the motion or new motion from our side or from member side if we see that something doesn't fit into the system or create more damages than benefits for the system. So we are completely open-minded and willing to do whatever is necessary to make it progress for our system, for the competitions in adults and competitions in professionals. In this way, also, we can create concurrence also among the adjudicators pool, because you know that we have anti-manipulation measures, and you know that we have a lot of problems with that, a lot. And in this way, maybe this is also could be one of the things what could help us, that these new young professional athletes and adjudicators will be with much more integrity as an athlete than somebody who is living for teaching. So there are many aspects, and I think it's maybe not the time and the place that I elaborate all this analysis. But however, we're gonna accept whatever would be best for us, and you will decide about that. We did our job, elaborate that, brainstorming, and come with a proposal. We are willing to amend any concrete things, anything what you want, just to make it, this idea to work and to have a progress, to have improvement. So, in that sense, if there are anybody else to wish to talk, delegate from France, Eric Sourdeau, then delegate from Spain.
Just for clarification, does it concern also the attendance result?
Correct. Okay, thank you. Spain?
I would like to say that I believe the intention of this motion is great. We just had a representative athletes commission that said that 42 years her life was about dancing, and I think people like this deserve some recognition. So in that sense, I think we are doing a great step forward. Just one thing I'm aware, and I want to propose amendment, is about when we speak about recognizing World Championship in PD, we mean adult, no master class or over 35.
Yes, absolutely, you're correct. Only the adult championship. It's not the master class in this. Actually, as you noticed in the last period, last year, there are no any PD master class anymore because we want to really build this professional division. We are willing and to understand all the business model, but we should be really, first of all, stick to the sports values as the core values of our federation, and then potentially think about some other things. So in that sense, professionals really mean professionals, should mean professional, and that's what we are trying to do.
Okay, thank you.
So this motion is only related to the professional category, not any senior, as a senior 2, 3 professional competition, no. Adult professional competition. Thank you. Yeah. Yeah, so General Secretary just remind me one more time, it's clarified the Super Grand Prix and the PD Championship. So there is no any other open competition results or anything, only these two. And with the minimum 20 participating couples. Okay, are there any other delegates wishing to comment or talk? No? So I believe that we can proceed with the voting. So who is in favor for proposed motion, Presidium motion number 20? Thank you. Who is against? 2, 4, 4, 6. Okay. Abstaining? 4, 6, 8. Anybody else? Follow the medical recommendation exercise. Okay, so we can conclude that Presidium motion number 20 pass. We proceed with the motion 21. Yeah. Okay, the reason for proposal of the motion, this motion is to introduce a clear framework for the transfer of representation of licensed WDSF officials, meaning adjudicators, between national member bodies, addressing the regulatory gap. So this is a procedure for transfer. We have clear procedure for transfer of the athletes from the national member body with the request of the national member body through the WDSF platform. Then the host national member body should accept that or deny. If they deny, they should give explanation why they deny, and then it's up to the Presidium, Sport Department and Presidium to clarify this. We did not have any clear regulations about the transfer adjudicators from the country to country. We had the requirements which is necessary to fulfill. It is, first of all, passport or potentially permanent residence permit. So we did not have procedure in place, written, explained in the rules for certain things, and we find out that we should put this procedure on the paper and have clear so that there is no misunderstanding how this should be done and what are the possibilities for national member bodies to apply. So are there any questions or discussion? No? Okay, so I'm calling for voting. Who is in favor of the proposed motion number 21? Thank you. Anybody against? No? Abstaining? No, thank you very much. I conclude that the motion 21 pass. And I would like to thank you for your contribution and to give the chairing to Mr. President.
Thank you, Nenad. I'd like to invite now WDSF Vice President for Finance, Mr. Tony Tilani, to chair items 38.22 to 38.27 of the agenda regarding Presidium's motions on the WDSF financial regulations. Tony, please.
Thank you, Mr. President. 3822 is the QR code there. Thank you. This seems to be a pretty straightforward motion. It's a motion to amend Section 4 of the WDSF Financial Regulations to incorporate granting fee provisions for solo and choreographic competitions and harmonise them with the existing rules. This consolidates relevant provisions from the Presidium operating policy, should improve clarity, transparency and consistency across all disciplines. And there you can see them on the screen. Do we have any questions? If there are no questions from the floor, can I ask who is in favour of this motion?
No, there are the questions.
There is a question. Where? Sorry. Oh, at the back. Thank you. What? What?
I don't know what she wants.
Sorry, could you just go back one slide?
One slide.
The price is different.
Oh, okay. Which price is different?
Well, in the motion that we've got sent,
Yep.
one is 900 and the other is 1,000.
Right.
For the same event.
Uh-huh.
Which slide we are?
This slide, 2315, WDSF Synchro, was 900, or was 1,000, and then 2325, WDSF Synchro, was 900. But it's the same event.
One's choreographic, one's solo.
So one may have had to be solo synchro, but you crossed out the solo.
Yep.
No, there are no solo synchro.
No.
So this is everything crossed. What do you have in your motion?
I don't have the screen. Oops. Can we have the QR code again, mate? Can we have the QR code again? Thank you.
General Secretary will explain you what it is, because one is belong to choreographic and the other not. So, but anyway, Sergey, could you please explain?
Absolutely. Thank you very much, Vice President. We have two documents that regulates financial regulations. As you know, we have a financial regulations per se, which is amended by AGM and by all of you. And we have an operating policy which was used to give a response for developing disciplines. So after already tested disciplines and tested granting fees, there is a moment to bring that into the financial regulations, which is governed by AGM the most important organ of the WDSF. Therefore, the strikes out are coming from the operating policy and are brought into the financial regulations, which is highest level, a higher level of the document itself. Not everything is brought there, and some of them are slightly amended, are amended in accordance to the needs of the WDSF and development of each single disciplines. Some of them you will see, some of them are remaining in the operating policy because they are either not developed or there is a not, like for example, synchro, you see it remains there, but choreographic is a successful discipline, is going in the right direction, and is brought already into the financial regulation so that you may find them in the main document. So this is the explanation, and this is the explanation for the change between, for example, choreographic prices from the operating policy into the WSF financial regulations.
Sorry, apologies, yes?
Hello everyone, Mirza Gelio from Bosnia and Herzegovina. I have questions for these WDSF subcontinental solo. These 500 Swiss francs, is it for all categories or for each one? That's first. And also this WDSF solo, 900, is it same price for junior 2, youth, an adult, or is this for all of them also? Because it's not precisely here. We don't know, does it includes all categories or just one? And which price is it same for junior, youth, and adult, or different? And subcontinental solo also.
Thank you very much for the question. Indeed, does not mention all the options because the document becomes very, very long, but for clarity is for each separate age category and title event. It's only for the title event. If we're speaking about solo in this case of 900.
500 for subcontinental each category. Huh?
Absolutely, that's correct.
Okay, I think this is too much for also for this WDSF solo. Okay, we have many competitions now in calendar. It's a developing category, but I don't know, maybe it's a little bit too much from 100 to 200. That's my opinion. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We take note of your opinion, and the only defense we have is a title event, and we definitely need to provide services, medals, and so on, so that there is an inherited cost that is associated to each title event. Thank you.
Okay, are people clear on that now or not? Yes, you've got a question. Oh. What? You've got to keep going down. So, is this right?
Can you please move to the next slide?
Oh, this is the wrong slide. It's not presented correctly.
Yeah.
The slides are actually a summary of what you have on the box. Maybe if colleagues, can you please move to the QR code so delegates can consult the legal document of what a motion represents. Yeah, please scan this QR code and you will be able to find the motion as is.
Yes, thank you, Neridus.
Yes, hello, Nerijus Tugas from Lithuania. As granting fees for solo and synchro are moved to financial regulations, so I would suggest to consider amending the naming of the regulation. It should not longer contain solo and synchro words. the name of the regulation from which solo and synchro is removed?
Not all regulations are removed from there, some of them remains. So we're only bringing those that are tested sufficiently, but currently operating policy contains more different categories. As you can see, it's quite a long document, and we're only bringing those that we actually tested.
The whole name, it lists disciplines, including solo and synchro. And granting fees are removed to another financial regulation. So solo and synchro words should not longer be in the name of the regulation, if I make myself clear.
It also contains synchro as a part of the same part, but we will definitely look into that. And
sorry, not synchro, solo and choreographic.
Yeah, we treat it usually as solo, synchro, and choreographic all together as a matter of regulations. But yeah, we take note and we will have a look. If this is meaningful, we will definitely look at that. Thank you very much.
Mr. General Secretary, so what are you suggesting that we do?
Change the name of the operating policy because it's no longer containing this specific provision for solo and choreographic.
Okay. So, okay, so do you want to do, so you're just going to change it? Yep. Aha, okay, so the Presidium can amend that. Yep, yes please. Which one?
With Spain first and then Croatia?
So I just want to say that in the document that we have in the box, there is two different prices for the same WDSF Synchro, two fees, 1,000 and after 900. So which one is the correct one? I believe it's for the same competition, it has to be only one of them.
Synchro discipline is not brought into the financial regulation. It stays in
Operating
the
policy.
operating policy. Yeah.
But can I show?
Yep, Croatia, thank you.
Hello, everybody. I just want to make maybe proposal in fees for the different age categories for couple. We have different amount, different fee. So if we start with the youth, we have 300. Then we continue with junior one, 200. And then we go to junior one, it's 100. For solo, we have the same. And I agree with a colleague from Bosnia, it's a big difference. We are raising 50%. So if we organize the same competition in next year, is going to be a big increase for the entry fees. And maybe we should have the same pathway like in a couple. So I'm sure there's a reason why we have different fees for the couples when we apply for the WDSF Open. So maybe it should be the same when we are talking about solo.
So what's your proposed change? What are you asking to change?
First of all, for us, if we stay with this, then we will propose that the fee doesn't raise so much, so maybe it can go to 150, or either we change it in a way that we have a clear difference between the entry fees for the age categories, because from the organizing perspectives, the highest number of the athletes participating is in the youth category, and maybe junior 2. Then in junior 1, we have a decrease of the number of the athletes that are participating, especially in juveniles. Of course, we want to provide WDSF Open for every age categories, but in regarding the, how to say, starting fee that we get back, it's lower than for the higher age categories. So it's different.
Yeah, but we are here talking about the continental and subcontinental championships. We are not talking about the open competitions and fees.
I'm talking about open because we are rising open from 100 to 200.
The topic and the motion is not about that. So we can talk about that, but we can't do at the moment nothing because that is not the agenda.
Are you sure?
Later, yeah, sorry, my mistake.
Dragana, as you mentioned clearly, that is still fluctuating very much. As you said, that youth sometimes will have more participants than an adult. It's still fluctuating, and it can be true 1 year, but we still see the differences, and adults actually becoming, which is usually considered as a main category, but becoming more or less on the same level. So we understand that 100 Swiss francs was merely nominal fee, which does not even cover the administration or inheritance expenses. Therefore, 200 is really not reflecting the value of what currently a WSF Open and the cost on administration that represents. It's not even a fee of an adjudicator, of daily fee of adjudicator, so it's really nominal. We do not see it as a 50% increase or 100% increase, which is, but we see it just to adjust the prices and to make this discipline as competitive as anyone else, and to be able to invest in other areas, like for example visibility and so on.
Okay, but as I said, I think that if we have something in a system, that maybe it's better when we propose changes that we follow the same system, not to get like different. So thank you.
Thank you. Sorry? All right, the proposal is to continue as is. Who is in favour of this motion? Who is against this motion? Okay. All right. Yeah. Are there any abstentions? Thank you. It's 4-6. 6. All right. Overwhelmingly carried. Thank you very much. Now we move on. Can we have the next QR code, please? Looks like we need it. Right, so motion 23, the Presidium motion to amend Section 5 of the WDSF Financial Regulations to update the annual licence fee for WDSF scrutineers, introduce minimum daily fees for scrutineers and DJs, and remove the unused supervisor position. This improves transparency, consistency and clarity in fee structures for WDSF competitions. You now should be able to see it in front of you from the QR code. Do we have any questions or queries on the changes? Okay, if there are no questions or queries, who is in favour of this motion? Thank you. Who is against this motion? No one. Are there two? Sorry. Two. Are there any abstentions? No. Overwhelmingly carried. Thank you. Can we go on to motion 24? QR code. Thank you. Okay. Motion 24 the Presidium motion to amend Section 8 of the WDSF Financial Regulations to clarify entry fees for athletes and formation teams, establish maximum limits, and require advance publication by the organising member federation. This improves transparency, consistency, and fairness in athlete participation fees across WDSF competitions. You should have it now in front of you in your QR code. Are there any questions on the changes? If there are none, who is in favour of this motion? Thank you. Who is against? 2. Are there any abstentions? No. Overwhelmingly carried. Thank you. We move on to motion 38.25. QR code, please. Okay. Motion 25, Presidium motion to amend Article 8.3 and 8.4 of the WDSF Financial Regulations to clarify accommodation provisions for Open Under-21 World and Continental Championships. This ensures consistent support across member federations while recognising the open nature of these events and confirming that national member bodies determine which eligible couples receive accommodation. Now, you should have the motion in front of you now with the changes in blue. Sorry, who? Oh, sorry, Jim. Thank you.
Good afternoon, delegates, Mr. President, Mr. Vice President. It's just one spelling error that is somewhat significant. In line 8.4 of the proposed new rule, couples in Open Under-21 World and Continental Championships. My proposal is that it be changed to Continental Championships.
Thank you, Mr. Fraser. Fantastic. You get a gold medal for the day as well.
You accept my proposal?
Well,
then
let
that's
me think about it. Yes, we accept. Thank you. Right. Are there any other questions or queries? No. Can I have, who is in favour of that motion with the amendment to the spelling of Continental? Thank you. Are there any motions? Sorry, are there anyone against this motion? 2, 4, 6. Thank you. Are there any abstentions? No. Overwhelmingly carried. Thank you. Motion number 38.26. QR code, please. Oh, come on. Apologies. Okay. Motion 26. Presidium motion to amend Section 8 of the WDSF Financial Regulations to introduce Article 8.5, establishing payment deadlines for fees and reimbursements to WDSF officials. This strengthens organisers' financial accountability, ensures timely compensation, and enhances transparency through mandatory confirmation of completed payments to the chairperson. Now, you should have it in front of you now. Are there any questions on this change? If there are no questions, all those in favour of this motion, please, thank you. Is there anyone against? No. Are there any abstentions? Overwhelmingly carried, thank you. Now here's the motion you've all been waiting for, I'm sure. So motion 27, here it goes, about trying to take into account for inflation. Can we have the QR code, please? Thank you. So, motion 27, the Presidium motion to amend the WDSF Financial Regulations to apply a 2% increase to all financial amounts in accordance with Article 11, the Economic Adjustment Index, based on IMF global inflation data. This maintains the real value of fees and reimbursements, ensures alignment with economic conditions, and promotes consistency, transparency, and administrative efficiency across all financial provisions. And just to be clear, this is only for 1 year, so it's not to be repeated unless the general meeting agrees. So do we have any questions? Thank you.
Hi everyone, I'm Paul Gabriel Cursaro, I represent Romania. Mr. President, distinguished member of the Presidium, dear delegates. I would like to propose, regarding this motion 27, I'd like to propose an increase of the current WDSF fee from 2% to 5%. And I will try to explain what is my opinion. Considering the growing costs associated with the development of our sport, international events, athlete support, programs, governance, and strategic initiative, I think 5% contribution will provide additional resources necessary to strengthen and further develop of WDSF activity worldwide. So in the future, we need to have also human resource, but also financial resource and stability. I believe this adjustment represents a reasonable and sustainable measure that will contribute to the long-term growth and stability of our federation. Also, I want to mention that the global inflation estimated for this year is 4%. So not 2%, we are approaching actually for what is evaluated in this year. And also, it will ensure adequate financial stability for us for the year ahead and avoid the need to repeat adjustments in the near future. So this is my proposal. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I am delighted to see that someone at the general meeting is prepared to try and pay more than less. It's fantastic. You obviously have had a nice lunch, and that was a great suggestion. And the Presidium is prepared to accept that change. Do we have any questions or queries? So, for example, if a fee is 1,000 Swiss francs, it would become 1,050 Swiss francs. So the proposal is to increase it, the motion, from 2%, which would be 26 francs on 1,000, to 50 Swiss francs on 1,000. And thank you for the updated information that the inflation rate will be 4% this year, which means then that 43 plus 4 is 47%, has been the increase in prices since 2017. So yeah, and that's right. And the bottom line is it's only commences from January next year, not this year, which is the established policy. Do we have anyone who would like to raise a question?
Anyone propose 8%?
Look, I think, no, let's not get carried away. Who's in favour of this motion? No, we have amended the motion to change it from 2% to 5%. The Presidium can accept that amendment. I have accepted that amendment on behalf of the Presidium. So the motion we're now voting on is the motion you have in front of you with an increase of 5%, not 2%. Do we have any questions or queries? Yeah, I'm about to ask for a vote. Oh, you mean to vote on the amendment? But the Presidium moved the motion. So because the Presidium moved the motion, we can accept the amendment. Yes? Who's in favour of this motion? Your green cards, please. Thank you. Are we clear or not clear? If you put your cards right up, are you happy to pass this? Or do you have any questions or queries? You want me to clarify some more? Okay, no problem at all. So, the original motion was that we increased the prices by 2%. So, if a fee was 1,000 Swiss francs, it would increase to 1,020 Swiss francs. The gentleman proposed that we increase that to 5 Swiss francs, and because the Presidium moved the motion, we can agree to accept that change. We have accepted that change, and so what that means is the proposal now is that the increase for next year is 5%. So if a fee is 1,000, it becomes 1,050. Yes, please.
So, but let's say that if the fee is 100, then the fee will be 105. If it's a fee 300, means the fee will be 315. So just when we have 1,000, it's the fee for the championship. So the all open competitions, basically it's overall 200-300. So the increase per category will be between 5 and 15 Swiss francs. So if we go with the 2%, then the fee, for example, if it's the granting fee is 200, then with the 2% will be 204. In this way, it's 210. So that's the differences.
Are people now clear on that? Excellent. Oh, question. Yes, Max?
Duarte, can you please come forward?
I think we should say excluding any changes that have been made from
The long walk will actually discourage people from coming up here.
Very good idea. Now, before, we approved some changes in the fees for certain competitions. For instance, for open solo, as I recall, it goes from 100 to 200. And this increase will also affect this new approved license, or it will...
Sorry, say again? Look, the consensus, I believe, is that it should not. So for the minutes, we can say that if another fee has already increased, that it does not have to be increased again by the 5%. That would be unreasonable. Are people happy with that? Yeah.
Thank you.
I don't think we should have a double increase. No, that's not good. Even I think it's not good. So there you go. All right, are we happy now? So the ones that have already increased will not change, but the rest will increase by 5%. Who is in favour of this motion? Green cards, please. Excellent, there you go. See, it wasn't so hard to get some exercise, yes? All right, who is against this motion? Okay. Two-thirds majority or not? So should I put the green ones up again? No. Okay. Okay, I think the scrutineers want a little bit of help. Do you want the hands right up, please? So the ones against, can we just put them right up? Thank you. Yep, do we have a number? Oh my God, they counted both. No, we'll just vote again. Thank you. All right, we're going to count the green now. For all those in favour, can you please put the green ones up? Thank you. Keep going. That's it. That's it. Yes. There's more up. Oh, look. There's more up here. Sorry, watch out.
Please don't play with the card. So
No,
just
look, thank you.
because some of you just go up and down. You know, it's not correct. You know, we're all gonna stay
Nice and high. Thank you. We're going to finish early. Come on, come on. We can do this. We can do this.
Albert, they're counting again. Sorry.
Sorry, you have to put your cards up again. Apologies. Sorry. That's it. Beautiful.
Just a green card. Please, just a green, not yellow.
Oh my God.
You should mention there was 32 again.
Yeah.
And then we should go with the abstention.
Let's see how many in favour first. Thank you. So 38 votes in favour, 32 votes against. Are there any abstentions? Okay, 2, 3, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, I think. Fantastic, I can count. All right. So I believe the motion has been carried. Thank you. And now I hand back to the President. Thank you, Mr. Shawn.
Now we have enough money for dessert for tonight's dinner. Now, thank you, Tony. Now I'd like to invite WDSF Vice President for Legal Affairs, Mr. Maris Wojnowskis, to chair the remaining two preceding motions, which include the WDSF Anti-Doping Code and WDSF Internal Dispute Resolution Code. Maris, please.
Thank you, President. Right. So, dear delegates, we have the motion regarding the WDSF Anti-Doping Code. And may I refer also to the General Secretary to give a little bit of background on this one, because you have been in contact with the relevant authorities.
Thank you very much, Vice President. And it's true, with our team, we were in contact with both ITA and BADA, and together with the Anti-Doping Commission, who helped to adopt our code to the request that WADA already announced, if I'm not mistaken, 2 years ago. So we had enough time to adopt the code. We actually were quite on time with our stakeholders, and we had many back and forth, and finally just 2 weeks ago WADA finally confirmed that we are absolutely good to go. Therefore I believe that all the necessary changes, such, for example, intelligence that we need to develop either ourselves or ITA, like an education. So we're expanding the scope, actually WADA expanding the scope, and we're upholding this challenge coming from WADA. Therefore, I can confirm, because we have an official email confirmation from WADA, that we are fully compliant with their requirements.
It is a very important compliance item, the anti-doping code. Any delegate has any questions?
I do not see any hands raised. May we proceed to the vote on the motion? Please raise your voting ballots. Looks to me like an overwhelming majority. Who is against? I do not see any. Any abstentions? Thank you. Carried with overwhelming majority. So we can proceed to the next item on the Internal Dispute Resolution Code. So there are basically three types of amendments regarding this matter. So the first is simply the numbering and cross-references amendments. That's purely technical. The second is more like modern drafting. So the provisions on party status, representation, and information of the parties are brought up to the current standards, clearer, more consistent, easier to apply correctly. So basically drafting amendments. And there is a third and one point of real substance, a definition of persistent interest. So, and until now, the code required petitioner to have interest in becoming a party, but never defined it. And basically, this amendment, it deals with this, with the proper definition and the basis of the protected interest, which is so integral for a party to have a standing within the dispute resolution proceeding. So that's a brief summary of the 3 tiers of changes required by the Internal Dispute Resolution Code. Are there any questions from the delegates relating to this motion? I see none. So can we move to the voting? Who is in favor of this motion? Many thanks. Looks like absolute majority to me. Who is against the motion? Any abstentions? None. So the motion is carried with overwhelming majority. And again, with pleasure, I refer back to President for the continuation of the proceedings.
Thank you, Maris. We come now to item 39 of the agenda, members' motions. May I invite a delegate from USA Dance to present this motion.
Good afternoon. I am humbled and honored to stand before the national member bodies of the World Dance Sport Federation and the Presidium. Today, in agreement with Vice President of Sports and the Presidium, I have amended our motion. We are asking for your consideration to include Latin dances as a discipline in Senior 4 Open Championships alongside standard dances. Specifically, our motion is the following. USA Dance, Inc. motion to amend Rule E4.2.4 of the WDSF competition rules to include Latin dances as a discipline in Senior 4 Open Championships alongside standard dances. As it says in the agenda, There is a link you may open for further information. You may need to copy and paste the link in your browser. Again, USA Dance Inc. proposes that, as previously done for standard, WDSF expand the rule on grades of competitions to allow WDSF Open Championship for Latin dance sport athletes in the Senior 4 level. Latin dance sport at the Senior 4 level promotes inclusivity and ensures that athletes are matched with peers of a similar age and physical capability, allowing for fair and continued participation in the sport. Establishing the Senior 4 level fosters longevity in sport and acknowledges that older athletes can compete at a very high level of skill and expression. My rationales are, first, Senior 3 Latin dance sport ranks 275 couples. It seems reasonable that at least half of those would pursue Senior 4 Latin Open titles. And then the second one, in the 2025 Senior 3 Latin World Championships, 120 couples competed. With ties, 110 were placed. Respectfully, I ask for your support of our Senior 4 Latin athletes and approve the motion. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So, to clarify this, after the consultation, Presidium was not in favor to support the motion as to allow and to include in the competition system the Open Championships for the Senior for Latin. And in agreement with the proposal of the motion with the USA Dance, Presidium is agreed that we include in our competition system WDSF Open competitions for the Senior for Latin. So this is a clarification of the agreement with the USA Dance and the WDSF Presidium. And the motion is that we include in the competition system WDSF Open Senior for Latin, not championships.
That's correct. Yeah, that was our discussion. Yes, sir.
Yes. Thank you very much. Delegate from Austria, sorry. I sent you far away.
Shall I go this way?
Just a short question. The standard World Championship remains for Senior 4.
Correct.
Because at this slide, it's not clear. For me, it's not clear. But if it remains, then it's fine.
Yeah, I see the point. So this is like mistake. I see now. So clarification one more time. So for Senior 4 standard, remain everything the same like it was so far. They have the open competitions and championships. For Senior 4 Latin, we're going to include only WDSF open competitions, not championships. Is that clear?
Thank you for bringing that, and we will be respecting the discussion here.
Thank you very much, Jack.
Sir.
Mr. President? Yep.
Yes, sir, that's correct.
Yep. Okay, thank you very much, Mr. President. Can we proceed? Okay, so
call for a vote. Is there any discussion on this? No discussion. We shall now call for a vote to support the change motion, amended motion. Those who are in favor, please raise your green card. Thank you very much. Those who are against this motion, please raise your card. There's one against. Any abstention? No? There's no exemption, and the motion carried. We now come to the agenda item 40, confirmation of the interim chairperson of the WDSF Ethics Committee. As explained earlier by the Vice President for Legal Affairs, the chair of the WDSF Ethics Committee has resigned. In accordance with Article 10.3 of the Code of the WDSF Ethics Committees, the Presidium shall appoint one of the former ordinary members to serve in the office until the next general meeting. The WDSF Presidium has therefore appointed Dr. Brian Nook as interim chairperson of the Ethics Committee. This appointment now requires confirmation by the Annual General Meeting. I would like to introduce a little bit more on Dr. Brian Nook. He has served as a member of the WDSF Ethics Committee since his appointment by the Annual General Meeting in 2023. He is Dean for Academic Affairs at Palmer College of Chiropractic and holds a doctorate in chiropractic. He also currently serves as General Secretary of the International Federation of Sports Chiropractic. His professional experience include leadership roles in chiropractic education, sports chiropractic, and ethics governance. I personally know Dr. Brian Nook as I met him in games, in the World Games, and I know that he's a very positive person and very dedicated to support sports. So besides knowing that a lot of his work for sports is all on the volunteer basis, he's devoted to help. So this is now the time for us to vote. We ask that we cast your vote to confirm the appointment of Dr. Brian Nook as interim chairperson of the WDSF Ethics Committee in accordance with Article 10.3 of the Code of the WDSF Ethics Committee. Delegates, as we need to record a vote count, please keep your hands up until the scrutineers have finished counting the votes.
So, scrutineers, please.
Who is in favor of this motion? Thank you very much. Who is against? I see no one. Who is abstaining? No one. So unanimous. Thank you very much. The motion is carried now, so Dr. Brian Nook has been confirmed by the Annual General Meeting 2026 to be the interim chairperson of the WDSF Ethics Committee. We thank Dr. Nook for his service to the WDSF. We come now to item 41. New business. Is there any new business for the good of the WDSF? Anyone want to raise? We have three. Yes. We have. Estonia first, followed by Uganda, followed by Switzerland.
Yes, dear delegates, maybe it's not exactly a new business, but as we have introduced senior for Latin discipline, which is not included in financial regulations, I would propose the Presidium to move urgent motion to put one line in financial regulations about the granting fee of senior for Latin.
30,000.
Thank you.
Yeah, we will, thank you very much, representative from Lithuania. We can, base it on procedure, we need a presidium motion regarding this. If the presidium will convene and will approve, we have a coffee break for that purpose, and then we will be able to move to the general meeting, the presidium motion for that. Thank you. Are there any other speakers for the new business?
Yes, Uganda.
Greetings, dear fellow delegates. I'm Barnabas. I'm the General Secretary of Uganda DanceSport Federation. I take honor to use this moment to pass this through this item of agenda. Is about proposing or suggesting that as we are heading to celebrate the 70th anniversary, we think of the DanceSport Museum. Because currently IOC is promoting culture and heritage, and most of our trophies, clubs, costumes, they are rotting in basements. Stories of pioneer die with them. Our athletes. So our athletes, as we are also moving to the promised history from the first World Championship to the Paris 2024 Olympic Games, and we can also try to adopt the new era, the Genesis, they are online. We can adopt to have an online museum where people can subscribe to pay, but to keep for our history and heritage for the future of our sport. We can adopt there is WDSF TV, the historical archive, but museum, either online or physical, will be a good historical adoption for our sport. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Barnabas. I'm sure the Historical Commission will take your point and discuss about a proposal, and we will hear from them. Thank you very much. We have delegate from Switzerland.
Dear board and dear delegates, I would like to make one question and two remarks under this last point of the agenda. My question is, how many people work at the moment in Spain, Serbia, and Switzerland who receive a salary from WDSF? Second, we printed out on purpose all the documents we have received for the AGM. The respective binder looks like this. It is huge and also heavy, and we don't find it correct that all these documents are being sent only 12 days prior to the AGM. which makes it almost impossible for all of us delegates to seriously prepare for the meeting. So we would like to ask to send out the reports at least 2 months before the AGM. Third, we noticed that unfortunately the minutes of the Presidium are not published anymore for several years now. The last minutes of the Presidium meetings are dated from 2024. The last minutes of the Management Committee meetings are dated from 2021. We find this unacceptable and urge the Presidium to immediately send out those minutes again to all WDSF members. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your difficult question. First of all, we can share the staff members that we have, and actually probably you made an amazing research, and as a matter of governance we published organizational chart where you have staff members with their names, with their photos, so you can consult that part, but if necessary we can send the necessary information to you or to anyone who is interested. But again, you can find this information on the organizational chart. And plus, of course, we do not display all the third parties with whom we are working on the organizational chart. But again, if necessary, we have no problem to share it with you. With regards to the managing committee minutes, this is not a requirement, statutory requirement, and definitely, to be precisely honest, sometimes sleeping 2-3 hours, and we're trying to do the best for the federation. The same, we know that some of the presidium meetings minutes are delayed, and actually I have to recognize that it's on my side because staff members are doing an amazing job there, but sometimes it's just humanly very difficult, especially having Brisbane, having Blackpool organized. We definitely will be delivering them. In fact, we already started with the last presidium meeting, but I can promise you that it's not because we don't want. On contrary, it's just amazing number of hours that we're investing in the administration. So I hope with that would be sufficient as an answer.
But may I also add regarding the management committee minutes, dear delegates, the MC is handling the operational matters, and they also involve sometimes court cases, court strategy, commercial and confidential information, commercial secret. Therefore, it is not against the best practice to keep the core commercial strategy and court cases discussions obviously confidential in the best interest of WDSF. That is sometimes and usually the case.
May I also add, I'm glad that you share actually this huge number of papers. We prepared a big report that includes almost all what we did during the year, during the reporting period. You can find literally everything there. We are absolutely transparent. We're disclosing everything that is happening in the federation, and more than that, probably you notice that if in the past the forum was based on the motions that we're submitting to explain, to prepare delegates for the motions, now we completely changed the approach. We're speaking about future. We're leaving motions completely to the AGM because we don't have time. WDSF right now is immersed in a generation of many different ways of developing. It's growing, it's developing, and it's not only developing, as we said yesterday, it's transforming itself in its core. Sometimes we need to just to choose whether it's Blackpool or it's Minutes or it's Brisbane or sleep a little bit more. And I'm not the only one, probably I'm the visible part of the administrative team, but you can see, you can speak with colleagues. I see they're smiling because I'm sure that, and looking down because they understand what I'm speaking, how many hours and how our team is investing themselves and without looking to watch, and we're always prioritizing the good of the WDSF. We know that minutes are extremely important, and you see how much we improved in the governance. We're the third in the Olympic movement from the ARIS recognized federations because we improved our accountability hugely. And again, every information, everything you need is in the reports, is in the e-booklet. We welcome you to read, welcome to ask any questions, and our team is here, so please refer. And on our side, no secret, nothing to hide. On contrary, I think we are more transparent than ever. We are disclosing more than ever. We are publishing on the website more than ever before.
I would just like to add, or you want to clap? Yes? Thank you very much for your support and recognition. I would like to add a bit more. Now, before COVID, before the invention, or before we know about Zoom, the WDSF President met in person about twice a year in formal meeting. And now we do a lot more, 8 to 10 meetings in the year minimum with the Presidium, and the MC, we do it as often as we need, and we could communicate with each other a lot more efficient through WhatsApps and also free phone call. And so this is going on all the time, and we are working all the time, 7 days a week. And I know that it's important also to minute it down as a record, and we will definitely do our best to meet all challenges, all needs. And as what Sergey said, as you can see, and you acknowledge that we have done a lot at yesterday's forum, and these are all time consuming. And so if we put in all our time to move the sports forward, we also had limited time for other things. So sometimes we have to set our priority. So, but that does not give me any excuse to hide anything and not to communicate anything important to all our member bodies. So we ask for your understanding. Thank you very much. Can we have a short break so that the Presidium can discuss on the requirement to come out with an urgent motion to have the fees for the senior 4 Latin? So 15 minutes. We'll see you in 4:35. Please get seated, please. We return back to the new business item on new business. It is not a practice to include voting on new business item, but since the item proposed comes as a result of the approved changes of the motion from USA Dance, and it affects the day-to-day operation of the WDSF with regards to the Senior 4 Latin Open. The President made an unanimous decision to move a motion to amend the agenda. I will now hand over this item to our VP for Legal, Maris.
Thank you, President. Indeed. So, according to the Presidium's meeting decision, and according to the statutes, we can include the motion as a matter of urgency on the agenda. We cannot vote for this immediately. There will be two tiers. The first, we need to put this motion on agenda as an extraordinary urgent item, and the second vote will be already on the substance. So therefore, as the first, I hereby move that the general meeting, according to the move by the Presidium, includes as a matter of urgent agenda item, the item of WDSF granting fee regarding WDSF Open Ranking competition in Senior 4 Latin category. Who is in favor to include this on the agenda? Thank you, delegates, and obvious majority. Is anybody against? Any abstentions? Seeing none, the matter is now on the agenda of this AGM. And as a next point, in line with the Presidium decision, I hereby move that the granting fee for WDSF Open Ranking competition in the Senior 4 Latin category is set into the amount of 250 Swiss francs. Are there any questions from the delegates? Seeing no hands raised, I hereby move and request the vote on the granting fee of 250 Swiss francs for Senior 4 Latin World Open Ranking. Who is in favor? Thank you. An obvious majority. Is anybody against? Seeing no. And is anybody abstaining? No votes abstaining. Therefore, the motion is passed. And we also thank Nerijus Stukas, the Lithuanian delegate, for his sharp eye. Thank you. Over to you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Maris. We are now still on agenda item 41, new business. I would like to make an announcement here that last year, our YouTube earning or our YouTube posts from WDSF have earned us US $6,000 in the entire year of 2025. But this year, last month alone, we have got the same amount from YouTube, US $6,000. And I would like to thank the communication team and under the leadership of Sergey, working very hard, all our staff involved, and to produce this wonderful result to promote WDSF DanceSport. And of course, I want to thank all our national members who run events for your cooperation and contribution. Is there any items, any more or further business for the good of the WDSF? Any more item or new business? I see none. I would like to take this moment to recognize some truly outstanding athletes whose achievements have brought great pride to our federation and inspired the global dance sport community. While much of our work during this AGM has focused on governance, strategy, and the future of our organization, it is important to remember that athletes remain at the heart of everything we do. To introduce this special recognition, it is my pleasure to invite WDSF First Vice President and Vice President for Sports, Mr. Nenad Yestik.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. So we're coming to the item 41, the moment of recognition. And before I proceed, I would kindly ask that we play video.
Meet the 17-year-old Phenom taking over the floor, B-Girl Royal from China. In 2025, she became the World Games champion, Youth World champion, and Adult World champion. She's making history in 2026, the first B-Girl ever to win 3 categories in one WDSF World Series event.
So, ladies and gentlemen, dear delegates, we now recognize one of the most outstanding athletes of the past year, Guo Pu, better known as a Big Royal, from the People's Republic of China. Following her victory at the World Games, she was named Athlete of the Month by the International World Games Association. This award has been prepared by the International World Games Association in recognition of her exceptional achievements. Big Royal became the first WDSF athlete to win both the Youth and Adult World Championship titles in the same year, following victories at the Asian Championships in both youth and adult categories. At the Brisbane and the World Breaking Dance Sport Festival, she added 3 further titles across youth, adult, and the team category, demonstrating remarkable endurance and skill. She also received China's National Sports Rising Star Award, one of the country's highest sporting honors. Please join me in recognizing the outstanding achievements of B-Girl Royal. WDSF President Mr. Shawn Tay will now present the award to B-Girl Royal. Congratulations to B-Girl Royal and to the Chinese Dance Sport Federation. Well done. Yeah, can we have the president of the Chinese Dance Federation here to take a moment for photo? Mr. Crossan?
I want to say thank you, WDSF. Thank you, CDSF. Breaking is my life. So thank you, WDSF, very much. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Royal. Congratulations one more time. Thank you, Mr. Crossan. Mr. President, I would kindly ask that you remain on the position. We now turn to two athletes whose names are globally known in dance sport. Mariusz Balan and Kristina Moszenska. Over 11 years as a dance sport couple, they established themselves among the most successful Latin couples in their generation, winning 9 Grand Slam Latin titles, 5 World Championship titles together, and the World Games 2025. Following their success at the World Games, Mariusz and Kristina were named first runner-up in the World Games Athlete of the Year 2025 award, receiving more than 43,000 votes for supporters around the world. They were also awarded the Silver Laurel Leaf, Germany's highest national sport honor. Their final competitive appearance came at the 2025 WDSF World Championship Professional Latin in Leipzig, where they claimed one last world title before retiring from competition. Please join me in congratulations Mariusz Balan and Kristina Moszenska on their extraordinary careers. Mr. President Shawn Tay will now present the award to the President of the German Dance Sport Federation, Dr. Tim Rausch. So I will soon, very soon, give back the chairing position to Mr. President to continue.
Before we close the meeting, I would like to remind our national member bodies that bids are open to host next year's WDSF Annual General Meeting, and that is our 70th anniversary and very important general meeting. So we hope to receive your support and your votes for this hosting right. As you know, 2027 AGM will be a particularly significant occasion, and we hope that it will be remembered as one very important general meeting that we have in the history of WDSF. We encourage interested national member body to contact the WDSF office as soon as you can, so that we can announce as soon as we can the venue and also the city for the next general meeting in 2027. Once again, thank you, delegates, for your participation, your contribution, and your commitment to the work of the WDSF. I would also like to thank our hosts here in Rome, the Italian Dance Sport Federation, our staff, our volunteers, and everyone who contributed to the successful organization of the Annual General Meeting 2026. I wish you all a safe journey home and every success in the year ahead. The 2026 WDSF Annual General Meeting is now adjourned. Thank you very much.
Just for a second, please. Delegates, stay for 1 second.
We need a vote, right?
Just call for a vote for Germany.
Okay, to complete the formality, we need to call for a vote to adjourn the meeting. So I think this is why you all refuse to move. My apology. So I know that this meeting has been long, very long indeed, but very important, especially after the election last year. I'm sure that this is quite a hard meeting, that we have many motions, many important motions to approve and it affect all our national member bodies. And of course, the AGM is usually involving the election is usually the exciting one. I can see everybody become more lively in the election year. So maybe we can suggest that we have election for the AGM every year. So that will be easier. Now, I would like to call to the end of the meeting. I call for a motion to adjourn the meeting. Who is in favor of this motion? Please raise your green card. Who is against the ending of this meeting and would like to continue for the next 3 days? Please raise your card. No one want to take the challenge, so. Who is abstaining? Oh, Switzerland? No, oh, USA. So thank you very much. The meeting is now officially adjourned.